but I've just had to go a slightly different way. I'm trying to figure out if it's correct still. I mean, it's working, so that's good. But yeah, if I seem a little bit smaller or in a slightly different position, I think it's okay. I can't quite decide. It'll be fine. It's going to get us through, right? But yeah, I hope everyone's well. It's that's the reason why we were delayed. But obviously, we are starting a little bit early anyway. We're not going to keep doing this. We normally start 2 hours before, but what with this still being the second week of us going over to Netflix, it just makes sense for us to just keep it going that little bit longer, start the stream just that little bit earlier. There might still be a few new people around, and obviously we've still got plenty for us to talk about. We'll never struggle when it comes to actually having conversation and things to talk about when it comes to WWE. So we'll never struggle in that regard. So starting that little bit earlier, whilst there might still be some new people around, some new people that have found us, I want to make sure that we're maximizing that opportunity. I think what we'll do is we'll probably start 3 hours before on Monday for Raw, but then probably next week SmackDown will then go back down to 2 hours. I think that's probably enough time for us to have kind of had this extended period, if you will. So yes, I hope everyone is well. I feel like what we should do, where we should start, is we should go over to WWE. Let's have a look, see what's over there. I am set up over here, which is good. And let's go capture. We'll just do our little preview, and then I'm going to jump into the chat. So if we click on preview. So not loads on the WWE website for in regards to a preview, but then they don't tend to have loads for us. Tiffany Stratton is going to defend her WWE Women's title against Bayley. Now, of course, we're not expecting Bayley to emerge victorious there because there's no word that she is going to be in a title match at WrestleMania. In fact, quite the opposite. The word on the street is that it will be Charlotte against Tiffany for the title. So we're expecting it to be a case that it's going to be a win for Tiffany Stratton. And of course, a lot of people are saying the same thing, and that is that Roxanne Perez is expected to get involved. And the reason why we say that is because Bayley showed up on Tuesday. So Bayley was on NXT on Tuesday, got into a fight with Roxanne Perez. Roxanne is someone that's ready for the main roster. And she's just had this big women's title run. And it seems like her and Bayley are going to be going up against each other in a match. So, of course, Roxanne costing Bayley here would help us towards that. So, definitely thinking, for those of you that don't watch NXT, that we could be seeing Roxanne Perez getting involved in this match tonight. Then we've got the return of Solo Sikoa, and of course a lot of people are thinking this is where the Wyatt Six could make their presence felt. The Wyatt Six have very much put teases out that they are going to be on this show, and they have put teases out that they are going to make their presence felt. And it's hard to know what faction, because it's sure to be against a faction, but it's hard to know what faction they're going to be going after. Because what does Howdy do? What does Rowan do? What does Gacy do? So a lot of people are looking at the factions that are available, and they're seeing that the Bloodline don't have anything at the moment. Bloodline feels like them against the other Bloodline is done. Feels like that feud ended on the Raw on Netflix premiere, right? So it doesn't seem like Roman and Jimmy and Jay are still going after like Solo, Tama, Jacob. In fact, in the past couple of weeks, we've seen the Bloodline going after people like LA Knight. So I don't know quite where this is heading. I don't know quite how this is going to shake out, but a lot of people are looking at this thinking that is where the Wyatt Six could make their presence felt. There hasn't been any rumors for Wyatt Six against Bloodline. In fact, the rumors were Wyatt Six against Judgment Day. So do we see Judgment Day move over? Do we get something there? Not sure, but that is going to be actually a very interesting moment. It's going to give us a good idea as to what's next for the Bloodline, and that could be a landing spot for the Wyatt Six. Motor City Machine Guns taking on Los Garza. I believe the winners of that will become the #1 contenders. It feels like it's going to be Motor City Machine Guns again. And then we've got Bianca and Naomi taking on Nia and Candice. So that is... I don't actually know if that is for the tag belts. I haven't actually seen... Does it actually tell us down here if that's for the tag belts? Bayley reigned supreme in last week's Turbulent Fatal 4. Way match against Nia Jax, Naomi, Bianca earned the right to challenge Tiffany Stratton, la la la. But the WWE Women's Tag Team Champs are coming for more when they take on the Irresistible Force and Disruptive Can. It doesn't actually say. I don't think it is. There's certainly nothing on that graphic that says it's for the tag titles. So I don't think it's for the tag belts. So there we go. That is SmackDown. I think as well as that, we've got Carmelo Hayes. He's going to be in action against Jimmy Uso. Pretty sure that that has also been announced on social media recently. So probably didn't make the lineup there, but we are on our way towards that match tonight as well. Okay, what's this about Becky Lynch? Becky Lynch's current WrestleMania plans. Billy Batty says Lynch re-signed... the WWE did not have a single match booked for WrestleMania 100% other than... Oh, I think we may have read that a few weeks ago. Yeah, I think we read that. Seen that. Right, lovely. We're on top of that. So it looks like Becky Rhea, believe it or not, is the word on the street for Becky. Right, lovely. We are up to speed. Lisa said, Days, how are you? I'm all right, thank you. Apart from a few technical problems, I'm doing good. Obviously looking forward to this weekend. We are doing Genesis. TNA Genesis. What I know about TNA, you can put on the back of a stamp. So that's going to be interesting. The reason why we're doing it is because, of course, this new partnership, this new agreement has been signed between WWE and TNA. And even though we've had this partnership, that announcement feels like we have taken it to a new level. That announcement was quite big. It was very public. It's a multi-year partnership as well. So this isn't just a case of let's see how it goes. Can we take this person? We'll give you this person. We'll have that person for a little bit. It feels like because it's going to be a multi-year thing, there's probably going to be a bit more structure to it. It's probably going to be a stronger partnership. It's probably going to have more interaction than what we've seen in 2024. I think 2024 was a working relationship, a handshake, kind of like you send us someone, we'll send you someone. It'll be great for both of our companies, yeah? But now it's like signed, sealed, delivered. Feels like it's a stronger relationship. Feels like a more permanent relationship. And it's a multi-year relationship. And apparently they've got one of their big shows on Sunday, which I didn't know. And they've been teasing Cora Jade. So Cora Jade is in the video package for it. And it seems like she might make her presence felt, but we don't know if there's not someone else that might make their presence felt because they are now using the NXT logo on their poster, right? To promote Genesis, they have now slapped the NXT logo on there. I don't think you would do that if there wasn't going to be something NXT related. My concern is it's just going to be a video package. My concern is it's just going to be them announcing the announcement, right, in some little vignette, and that is it. I certainly don't think we get a match because they haven't announced the match, and there's no, to my knowledge, like mystery spot for someone. So I don't think we get a match, but do we get an invasion? Do we get an invasion? Do we do something that's going to really kickstart something? Because now would be the time to do it. Because, of course, we're on the road to WrestleMania. It's the middle of January. And so, like, if you're going to do something big between these two, like, now would be the time to do it. You would do it this side of WrestleMania. You would use the hype of WrestleMania to build towards it, right? So this is why I'm thinking that they could go big And they could do something on Sunday that really launches this new partnership. So we're still not going to be watching TNA. I'm not like, this ain't us starting to watch it on a weekly basis. But clearly a massive development, what with this partnership being announced. I don't know anything about TNA. I'm going to watch it as a new fan. I'm going to watch it as fresh eyes. And I'm going to see what NXT involvement there is. So we're going to do that on Sunday. Should be fun. Something a bit different. And we'll kind of see where we end up with that. So I do think there's a chance we get some TNA talent in the Rumble. I don't think there'll be much. Probably 1 or 2 people. And I certainly don't think that this is going to be main roster. This is going to be more at the NXT level. And they did tell us that in the press release as well. They were saying NXT superstars and TNA stars. They didn't mention CM Punk and Cody Rhodes, right? For me, this is an agreement between NXT and TNA. So that's the level that I see this operating at, right? But even so, I mean, we've seen people like Natalya coming out saying she would be interested in a match with like Masha Slamovich. I could see that. I mean, Natalya's not doing a great deal. Natalya's not doing a great deal at the moment, so she could go to TNA. So, yes, doing good. Just kind of looking forward to this weekend. But Jay is making a mistake, said Lisa, by laughing off those cheating rumors. Should he defend himself if he's not done anything wrong? Yeah, so all of that was pretty crazy, to be honest. And I said in Unseen, it was one of the toughest decisions I've had to make, because when it comes to being a content creator, because I like doing stuff where we talk about the news and rumors and things that are actually like out there that are not concrete. I mean, they're still rumors, so you don't know if they're true, but you know, they're harmless. Yeah. Who cares who faces who at WrestleMania? Yeah. Who cares? Who cares if it's Cody versus Roman or Cody versus flipping Randy Orton, right? It's interesting to talk about, but it ain't ruining anyone's life, okay? It's a lot different when it comes to Jay potentially cheating on his wife. Like, all of a sudden, we're talking a completely different situation. So for me, I was looking at this stuff and I was like, I genuinely don't know what to do here, because the video is interesting. I really honestly think it's interesting. I can see where people are coming from with it. I mean, it looks like Grayson in the video, and Grayson has come out and said it was him as well now. So that kind of suggests that this could be like a wrestler's night out, because the person that took the video was Indy Hartwell. Apparently, it was Indy Hartwell. So Indy was there, Grayson was there. And then in the background, you've got someone that looks like Jey Uso. From the side profile, looks very much like Jey Uso. Now, listen, there are people in the world that look like other people. So, was it Jey? Was it not Jey? We don't know, right? I don't know. I still don't know. And then, of course, he's sat next to some girl that puts her hand up his thigh, and she leaves her hand right at the top of his thigh, right? It's one of those things where, again, did he do anything wrong? You could say that he could have removed the hand, yeah? But he can't really stop her from doing that, yeah? She chooses to do that. Okay, I understand. He should have took the hand off. But, I don't know, like, again, was he into it? Was he not into it? Hard to say, yeah? Don't know. So there's all this kind of like, I don't know. I was like, I'm not sure. But it was starting to gain traction. That video had been viewed 250,000 times by the time I had got to it. It had already been viewed 250,000 times. Jey Uso was starting to trend. He was actually on the side panel, the Explore panel, and it said trending now, Jey Uso. So I looked at it and I was like, well, the conversation is already there. The conversation has already begun. Like, I'm just joining the conversation. So I made the short Wasn't sure about it. Even when I uploaded it, I wasn't sure about it. I tried to be as clear as I could in it, saying these are just allegations. We don't know if this is such and such. We don't know if this is such. But the allegation is that the woman was Jada Parker, because the woman was wearing like very distinctive tights. And there was a picture of a woman, of Jada, wearing those exact same tights. So you sort of look at it and go, it looks like a wrestler's night out. That looks like Jey Uso. Those are very distinctive tights. I've got a picture of Jada wearing those tights. I don't know that he does anything particularly wrong, apart from, okay, maybe he should have removed her hand, yeah, when she was going up his leg, because it doesn't look great if you're like his partner. And so it's like, it's a bit tabloidy and all that kind of stuff. So, to be honest with you, I put it out there and I was like, I don't know, I'm done. Yeah, that's me. I feel like I've made a decision. I was pleased about that. Do I? Don't I? Should I? Shouldn't I? I made a decision. And I was just happy that I'd made a decision and I moved on. And then what was interesting was Grayson came out and commented and he was like, yes, that was me. I was doing a shoey, and before this gets out of control, I don't have no regrets and all this kind of stuff. And he was making a bit of a joke out of it. Jey Uso came out and he went, y'all are funny, just watch me work. And he didn't actually like really say anything on it. So I checked after and Jada Parker never commented. So honestly, the situation is, it hasn't really changed. There's not been any development. I think they're hoping it will just go away. I'm sure he probably will have to answer to his partner and at least confirm if it was him that was there and if that was him, and maybe even answer as to why he didn't move the hand away. Whether they're having a full-blown affair, that's a jump, right? But I mean, in the wrestling world, I get tagged in so much stuff which is just really slight. You know, next to nothing. I've been tagged loads today in Triple H just telling Jacob to walk behind Tama and stare at the camera, and then they show you Jacob later on in the show walking to the camera and staring at the camera, right? I mean, that's nothing, is it? It's nothing. That's Triple H just directing Jacob. It's not particularly interesting, but I've been tagged in it so much because it's just a little glimpse behind the scenes, yeah? Just a tiny glimpse behind the scenes, and anything that is just a little glimpse behind the scenes, wrestling fans jump onto, right? So here we've got potentially Jada Parker putting her hand on the leg of Jey Uso at like a wrestler's night out. You're telling me that's not newsworthy? Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. The only thing we don't know is if it is what it looks to be. That's the only thing we don't know. And it is all a bit kind of tabloidy. I do much prefer the Cody Rhodes is going to be facing John Cena at WrestleMania talk than I do that stuff, because as I said, you know, you're really digging into like people's personal lives now, and like, I don't know about you, but that doesn't feel quite as entertaining to me. It's a bit more uncomfortable to me, but there's no denying that it's newsworthy. There's no denying that there's going to be interest in it. There's no denying that. So yeah, it's a real mess. It's a real difficult situation. It didn't quite explode to the level I thought that it was going to, but it's still, you know, considering I saw it quite early, it still made some noise yesterday. Make no mistake about that, to the point where the wrestlers are coming out and speaking about it. So it still made noise. But yeah, I think they are hoping that it blows over. And so should he defend himself if he's not done anything wrong? Should he defend himself if he's not done anything wrong? Well, if he's not done anything wrong, his response is absolutely fine, isn't it? Y'all are funny. Y'all are funny. Just watch me work. Like, that's chilled. He's not angry. You know, as long as he's fine and his relationship's fine, then all good, as long as he's, you know, innocent. But if there's something more to that, then, of course, that's where it can get a bit more uncomfortable for him and for Jada Parker as well. So don't know the truth there. Don't know if we ever find out the truth there. We're going to have to wait and see. See if there's any more, or see if it does just blow over. Aseeb said, Days, I know this TNA partnership doesn't state anything about main roster, but do you think we get anything main roster? The only thing I think that we get Jay roster... Jay. I'm only saying Jay because people are now tagging me in loads of Jay stuff. Jaden said, how do you watch Genesis in the UK? I believe it's Triller and TNA website. Yeah, the only thing that I think we get in regards to TNA is I think we get some people in the Rumble. Could be Joe Hendry, for example. Definitely a Jeff Hardy. Maybe a Jordan Grace. So something like that. I also think if they want to do a TNA sort of match on the kickoff show to WrestleMania, they could do that. If they want to do something at WWE Worlds, they could do that. Think about how NXT talent is used. And then I would say maybe just turn it down a little from that. So, you know, how often do we see TNA talent on the main roster? Not loads. Not loads. It's not like we're getting an NXT talent on the main roster. Not loads. It's not like we get an NXT match every week or NXT talent constantly invading, right? So I sort of feel like pitch it as being just a level below NXT. And the reason why I say that is because I feel like if you look at views, we know that NXT greatly gets more views than TNA, yeah? I sort of feel like NXT and TNA are working together. When it comes to the main roster, if you've got a bit of something about you, like Joe Hendry has got, like, you know, this meme support. If you look at, like, the Hardys, they're legends. They've got Dolph Ziggler. So WWE would look at Ziggler. They would look at the Hardys. They would look at Joe Hendry as being people that could go into a Rumble. So they could go into a Rumble and that would be absolutely fine. They could do like a match with Jeff if they wanted to, but they're not really using him then as so much as a TNA talent. They're using him because he's Jeff Hardy, to be honest, right? So I really wouldn't get too carried away with like main roster stuff. I really think this is going to be at that NXT level. TNA, NXT, there's the odd opportunity for something a little bit more when it comes to main roster. I mean, as I said, someone like Natalya, she could absolutely go to TNA because I think she is a well-established female, a legend, who doesn't really have loads going on. Like, it's not like we've got loads of stories for Natalya. It's not like we've got loads of creative. She's a big name that doesn't really ever have a great deal to do. Like, I feel like, without being harsh, the women's division has moved on. And that's the truth. Like, I love Natalya, and I wanted her to win the Women's Intercontinental. But the truth is, at her stage in her career now, it's hard for WWE to invest in her when they've got Liv Morgan, and they've got Lyra, and they've got Io, and they've got Roxanne. And they've got, you know, Julia coming through, Stephanie coming through, Tiffany Stratton. Like, if you're a Natalya now, you are so far down the priority list. Why not go to TNA and actually do something over there because it gives you something to do. You get to create a little bit of buzz. You'll be treated as a legend. It'd be a big name to go to TNA. I think that's perfect sense. That makes perfect sense to me, using someone like Natalya. So I would never rule something like that out. I would never rule out like some of those big names WWE have got that are kind of really low down the pecking order now. Natalya being like a prime example that they could go to TNA. But actually having TNA talent being used on Raw and SmackDown, it's really hard to see that if it's not a Jeff Hardy or a Matt Hardy or a Dolph Ziggler. Because to be honest with you, we struggle to get all the talent on TV as it is. We certainly don't need to make things worse by now trying to accommodate TNA talent as well. You know, how frustrated have people been because we can't get the Wyatt 6 onto TV? How frustrated are fans that we've not been able to, you know, use Shinsuke throughout 2024? And, like, you know, you can go down a list of people that just sit around in catering that we don't get opportunity to get to because, you know, we struggle with TV time. And even now, where we've got Netflix and we can do pretty much what we want, Triple H has basically come out and said, I'm going to put the quality of the show first rather than just trying to cram on loads of people. I want Raw to be the best it can absolutely be. And so if that means that Raw is going to be 2.5 hours going forward rather than 3, so be it. Triple H has really got it in his head, and I don't disagree that 2.5 hours is the sweet spot. Because we've watched a lot of Raws, and we've said afterwards, if you were to just trim bits off here and there, that would have been a brilliant show. But this match outstayed its welcome a little bit, or I didn't need that promo, or that was a low point. Take those bits out, and this was a better Raw. But equally, we found out that a 2-hour Raw doesn't feel like it's long enough anymore. Like, it felt like we had a 3-hour roster that we were trying to fit into a 2-hour show. So 2.5 hours probably is the sweet spot. So even though we could go 3 hours, 3.5 hours, 4 hours if we wanted to get everyone on the show, it doesn't make it a better show. It doesn't make it a better show. It makes it a longer show, a more bloated show. Yeah, you run the risk of more low points being added to it than high points. So I like this mentality from Triple H about keeping the show 2.5 hours. But if we're going to do that, it's going to be a struggle to get everyone on and get everyone featured. And, you know, now trying to get some TNA talent in there, it's just not going to happen. Plus, also, it's not really in WWE's interest, is it? If they promote TNA, like using Raw and Smackdown, that's brilliant for TNA. But how does that benefit WWE? How does that make WWE like money? Because TNA's only got a limited fan base. We can pretend like they've got this massive fan base and like they're this big promotion, but we know the views. We know how many views they get on a weekly basis. Like they're credible. They are, you know, they're a company that deserve respect. I'm not throwing shade, but we all know there's levels to this. And the idea that TNA is on the same level in 2025 as Raw or SmackDown is bonkers, to be honest. Bonkers, yeah. Because their views are like, what, 100,000, something like that for a show, 100,000. Raw just did 2 point something million. And before that was doing 1.5, 1.6 million. Like, it is so much bigger. So I really, this is where I just don't see them going to that far up the ladder. It's going to be a lot of work between them and NXT. I do think there'll be Rumble opportunity because, as Triple H has said before, you never know who's going to show up in the Rumble. And they do like that, oh, you're counting down, could be anyone. Could be anyone from Raw, could be anyone from SmackDown, could be a celebrity, could be TNA talent, could be NXT talent. They do like that. They do like the fact that you just don't know who's about to walk out. So that's why a TNA star, probably 1, 2 at a push, could make it into the Royal Rumble. So, yeah, we'll have to see. Listen, I don't mind this relationship. I think we know why they're doing it. They're doing it because they don't want AEW to get back in with them. They're doing it because this is a talent supply line that is now flowing naturally into NXT. Like TNA talent, they go there. They obviously get great opportunity to be on TV, be in high-profile matches, work in front of a crowd, get paid. Like, you know, it's what, the 3rd biggest promotion in North America? Well, now, as soon as your TNA contract's done, like Jordan Grace, you've now, you know, pretty much got a straight route straight into NXT. You can leave and decide to go to AEW if you so desire, but if you're someone that's talented, WWE are going to do everything they can, like they've done with Jordan Grace, to go, hey, come on, meet Shawn Michaels. Come and train at the Performance Center. Have you met all the NXT stars? Oh, it's a great group. You'll love them. Here, look, there's Jordan. Everyone say hello to Jordan. Have you met all the trainers? Oh, have you met Triple H? He's down this week. Have you met Triple H? Triple H, come over. Come and have a... Who do you think they're going to sign with? Do you think they're going to turn their back on all that and go to AEW? Or do you think they're going to feel real comfortable in WWE and end up signing with WWE? So for me, like, this is just a way of, like, cutting the supply line to AEW and having that TNA talent, which, don't get me wrong, it's not like we're tricking them. It's like we're treating them goods. And, you know, someone like Jordan Grace is an exceptional talent. And so, you know, we're trying to make sure that they head in the WWE direction rather than the AEW direction. I mean, we never had this kind of relationship with them before. Until AEW came along. AEW started working with them, and I think that probably set some alarm bells off with WWE. WWE is not going to like the idea of the third biggest promotion in America working with the second biggest promotion. That's not, strategically, that's not good, is it? You don't want, if you've got some enemies out there, you don't want your second biggest enemy working with your third biggest enemy, right? Because then together you've got a much bigger problem to deal with. And so WWE are looking at this situation as like, ooh, don't like that. Don't like that. So again, you know, this is why for me we're doing this now and why we've not done it before. I do also think there might be some in the fact that Vince has gone, TKO have come on board, of course. But I do look at, like, us trying to get their talent. I do look at strategically having your second and third biggest opponents competition working together, not being in your benefit. So let's break that up. And so we do it for that reason as well. So if you want what I believe to be the real reasons as to why we're doing this, I think it's those are the real reasons. It's and also, you know, it's going to be a nice little relationship for NXT, isn't it? Hopefully it'll boost those ratings. Nathan said, this is what I want from TNA and NXT. I want some competitive matches, and I want the TNA wrestlers to look good. I don't need to see champions being exchanged for this to be successful. Ethan said, why have we got a community champion? Yeah, congrats to it's Bryn again. Look at that. He went out, he got his tattoo sorted. So we've got a community champion for the members, because the members, I'm trying to find new ways of, like, getting, like, you know, extra things for the members. So we've got a new Days Reacts video on a Sunday. And we'll do it again this Sunday as well. I'll have to try and get it in as well as Genesis, but we'll do it. So we've got a new video series. I think we've done 3 episodes so far of where I get sent anything and I react to it, right? So we've been doing those videos. I really like them. I think they're good. I think they're different. You're not going to find that content because it's a lot of non-wrestling stuff. And so you're not going to find that content anywhere else on the channel. So I like that. I like the member streams. We do those on a Thursday. We have some good conversations and about wrestling. Sometimes not about wrestling, really about whatever gets brought to the table. I suppose it's in many ways another hour, very similar to what we do here, yeah? But we do quizzes on there as well. We do a big quiz at the end about wrestling, which is normally fun. And now we've introduced a community champion. So that's the reason for it. And I think it's been very well received. I think people are enjoying it. So it's just another little extra for the members. Hannah, hello, said, with the big WWE TNA news, it seems like there could be some bigger news with you going into TNA as a stream on Sunday. Shout out to you. Hannah, shout out to you. Yeah, I'm only interested in doing it for this show. In fact, I can show you, for those that haven't seen. Here, look, TNA NXT. Like, that NXT logo has been added. It's very clever. It's very clever because we know this isn't TNA versus NXT. This isn't the show people are waiting for. People are waiting for an NXT versus TNA show, right? This isn't that. But they've put the NXT logo there so that they can get extra viewers, NXT viewers, that are, going to be interested in seeing what happens. And it's worked. I mean, that's exactly why they've done it. And that's exactly why it's worked. Because as an NXT viewer, this feels like a very significant announcement. They made a big deal out of it. And it does feel like the start of a multi-year partnership. And, they've spoken about how exciting the opportunities are going to be and talking about PLEs and all this sort of stuff. I just sort of feel like if you're going to make an announcement like that, if you're going to go big like that, then you probably need something to launch it, don't you? You probably need to follow it up with something. It's all well and good announcing it on Wednesday, Thursday. But, there's got to be a reason why you would announce it then. Why announce it on the Wednesday, Thursday when TNA have got a massive show on the Sunday? It's connected. Of course it's connected. They could have done it any week. But this Genesis show is big for TNA. So of course they've announced it just before that show because it's going to drive extra interest in that show. They know that. And now they've slapped the NXT logo on there as well, right? Because they know that. But they've got to deliver something. They've got to deliver something. My concern is it's a video package. My concern is I'll tune into it. I'm sure the show will be fine. Although Tessa's on it, which I was very surprised about. I know that she had kind of returned, but I didn't realise that they'd given her a proper match. So it looks like she's actually back. That's interesting. The whole, how does Tessa fit into this relationship? Because WWE, I don't think, are going to want to touch her with a barge pole, right? I don't think they're going to want to touch her with a barge pole at all. So that's interesting. But anyway, TNA, NXT, big show this Sunday. And as we said, I think it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting because they could just do a little video package talking about the partnership and that's it. And that would be my nightmare scenario. Or it could just be that like Cora Jade shows up at the end and just sort of stares at someone, If she comes out and confronts flipping Tessa, that will be bonkers because no way do I think they want anything to do with Tessa. So the fact that they would be willing to let Cora Jade step in there and go up with Tessa, doesn't matter that she's a great talent, doesn't matter that she's a great wrestler. WWE are not looking for that kind of controversy. They've just had it enough with Hogan. They don't need it like at the NXT level as well, right? So that would be newsworthy, actually. That would be like a big conversation piece. How we feeling about this? How we feeling about this? I don't know that it goes that way, though. I think, if anything, they just showed Masha Slamovich in the crowds. And so I've got to think that her match... I don't know who she's facing. Oh, I do. Rosemary. She's facing Rosemary. I've got to think that's the match where if Cora Jade's going to make her presence felt, it's probably going to be there. I'm thinking Masha Slamovich against Cora Jade could be a match we're building towards. So if anyone's like, what are you expecting? That's what I'm expecting. Cora Jade to make her presence felt at the end of the Masha Slamovich match. That would be what I'm expecting. Anything more than that is a bonus. Anything less than that, like a video package, would be disappointing. So we'll find out. We'll find out. Let's go down. Cora will confront Masha in her title match, said Hasib. Chris said it would be cool if Sean takes a bunch of people. They meet the important people like Santina, take them on a VIP viewing section. Like have a load in the crowd watching? Like, yeah, that would be good. A bit like WrestleMania 17 when they bought WCW. Was it like the week before? And then at WrestleMania 17 they showed WCW in the crowds. They were, I mean, like it weren't the biggest names, of course, but they did something similar along those lines. James said Tessa against Jordan. Let's go. James, what are the TNA fans saying? Are they excited by this match? How has Tessa's return been received? Mayor Pete said, I don't think Tessa will have any WWE crossover matches. Yeah, no, I know James is a big TNA fan, so it'd be interesting to know how Tessa's return has been received. It definitely... I tweeted you. You tweeted me. This is the best way to watch. Best way to watch is $19.99 on Triller. Isn't it $17.99 on the TNA website? I went on the TNA website and I think it was $17.99, but maybe that's not the best way to watch. Perhaps like their streaming platform's not as... I mean, Triller's amazing. Triller's perfect. You're not going to have any issues with that. So maybe that is the best way to view. I'll retweet that, James, so that anyone that is new to TNA... I mean, listen, TNA have got to be flipping over the moon, to be honest, because it's doing exactly what they want it to do, isn't it? Like, there are going to be new viewers that are going to be watching on Sunday that have not watched them before because of, the fact they've slapped that NXT logo on their poster. So, very good for... Again, this is why... It's good for them. It's working for them. Big Time said, Days, Anthem wrote, our partnership will allow the TNA brand and its incredible athletes to reach a significant wider audience whilst giving NXT stars an opportunity to cross the line and gain valuable experience. James said, not great, to be honest. Most are hating on it. Right. That's good to know. It's good to know. I mean, it's going to be weird for me because I always tend to go into streams feeling, well, I don't feel anything at all. I just go into streams and chat, right? Whereas Sunday, I mean, hands up, you lot know the chat. I ain't going to know flip, man. I ain't going to know anything. I'm not even going to even pretend and even try to act like I know anything. Like, I just don't. So... this is where it's going to be interesting for me to kind of go in and learn about, okay, she's back. How are people feeling? What kind of reaction is she going to get? I mean, for me personally, I'm going to be listening out for that reaction to see, is she being cheered? Is she being booed? I know she's a heel in that feud with Jordan. So I'm expecting boos, but how loud are the boos? Are they passionate boos? Is it that people just don't care and they just don't want her there? Like, that is actually going to be a very, very interesting match. Very interesting match. Maybe not for the reasons that ideally people would like it to be an interesting match, but it is going to be a very interesting match. That is one that I will be very much, I don't want to say looking forward to, but it's one that I definitely don't want to miss because... it's controversy creates cash, doesn't it, at the end of the day, and that is going to be a very interesting reaction. So, looking forward to that. Looking forward to the Masha Slamovich match because of potentially Cora after. And I had a quick look at the cards because I was like, I don't even know who's wrestling. Hardys against the Rascals looks like it should be fun. I haven't watched the Hardys wrestle as a tag team in I don't know how long. So seeing them against the Rascals. Yes, I'm here for that. I'm down for that. And obviously, we saw a lot of the Rascals in NXT. So there's 3 matches. Yeah, if you are someone that's like, I don't know anything about TNA, I'm not really bothered. Well, there's 3 matches. Yeah. Tessa against Jordan. We know Jordan if you're an NXT fan. And Masha Slamovich against Rosemary. You know Rosemary if you're an NXT fan. Plus also, Masha's the women's champ. She was shown on Tuesday. I think you need to know her because I think you're going to see more of her. And that feels like the landing spot for Cora, if it is going to be Cora. And then Hardy Boys against Rascals. And I can't remember the other ones. I'm sure there's some other great matches, but those, I think, were the 3 that really stood out to me. But right, let's go down. Metal Mama says 521 people are watching. Do us a favor, like the stream. If you're on mobile, close the chat by clicking X, hit the thumbs up, and then reopen it. Yeah, that's right. Listen to Metal Mama. And she did so well to just write it in such a small sentence, little paragraph thing like that. Normally it would take up like all of this So she did really well. So just for that alone, you should support what she's saying there. So Chris, hello, said, I want a match somewhere with all the 4 Horsemen kids. So it would be an intergender match. It would be Charlotte, it would be Tessa, it would be Rachel Ellering, and it would be Brock Anderson. I think Brock Anderson might feel a little bit out the loop in that one, to be honest. Oh yeah, TNA World Champ Nick Nemeth has pitched John Cena making a game change in TNA appearance. I don't see that happening, to be honest. I've been tagged in it a few times, but I don't see it happening. He's only going to have limited amount of appearances. People are unsure if he'll even make it to NXT, let alone go to TNA. We did a short vids on it. Lovely. I'm getting tagged in just bits and bobs all the time, so... What is... Bro is mad as hell. What's this?
Can you guess what your most expensive card sold for?
100? Come on, tell me where it was.
1,001.
For a card?
Was it a good buy?
Yeah, hell yeah, I said 100, man. What?
What's the message to the person that bought it?
Man, I appreciate you, Oos, man. Show love, you, man. Love, man. Yeah.
Guess how much your brother sold for?
No. Better be lower than mine, I know that.
He sold 124 more than you. How'd that make you feel?
Which brother, though?
Jimmy.
Oh, hell no. Something wrong with art.
Can you guess what...
That is good. That is good. So one of his cards sold for 1,000, and then he gets told that Jimmy's sold for $100 and some dollars more. That is good. I'm going to put that in the fun folder. That is pretty good. Do you know, this is the unfortunate thing, though, when it comes to... I've seen that before. It is the unfortunate thing when it comes to content creation. I'm listening to it, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, man, I hope that music's okay. I hope that music's acceptable. I can't, like, really enjoy the clip because in my mind, I'm like, oh, God, should I even be playing this? I don't like that music. Oh, God. Do you want NXT UK to come back? Yes, please. Right. Days, is there any shot that Roxanne or Steph will win the Rumble? No clear female favourite has stood out. I don't think so. I mean, look, it's not impossible, but no, I really don't think so. And the reason why I say that is because there's no rumour that Roxanne, certainly not Steph, but there's no rumour that Roxanne is going to be in a title match. There's no rumour that at the moment she's even going to be at WrestleMania, right? But her against Bayley definitely feels like it's built into something somewhere. Whether that's WrestleMania, that would be the ultimate, of course. But it could just end up being like on an NXT show. So, no, there's no word that Roxanne is going to win and the Rumble. The latest talk is Rhea Becky. I know. I mean, the great matches, but I don't know if anyone's got an appetite to see it again. So, Rhea Becky and the other one, Charlotte Tiffany. So, if you're looking for potential Rumble winners, Becky or Charlotte. Becky or Charlotte are your potential female Rumble winners. I mean, if you're feeling really good, if you're feeling like really like there's a good chance that we are going to get like a surprise win, I'd say put a bit of money down on it. Because you'll get good odds on someone like Roxanne winning it because there's no rumours or anything out there about it being someone like that. Junkwax Obsessed, shout out to you, said good evening, Days. I just stopped by to say hello. Hello, buds. Hope you're doing well. I really appreciate you stopping by. I appreciate everyone stopping by as we are working our way towards the start of tonight's show. We have obviously started a little bit early. We've started an hour earlier than we usually will. We won't start this early next week. We'll start at our normal time, which is like 2 hours before. But what with potentially some extra people around, I wanted to make sure that we were still catering to those. So, yeah, Junkwax Obsessed, shout out to you. Seb said, nice to see you made it to SmackDown. Thank you, my friend. Yes, we have made it to SmackDown. I was getting people saying, I'm so pleased to see you made it like to NXT. And I was like, well, thank you, but I've got much bigger goals than that. Yeah, we've made it to SmackDown. Hopefully we make it to WrestleMania. We're just going to keep on going, you know. So, Hasib, thank you. Alex, appreciate the support, my friend. Let's see if we can get back into the chat. Ajikar, Aged Car, said, Days, imagine Santina wins the Rumble. Lots of TNA superstars show up and then they attack Roman Reigns. I mean, that's exactly the kind of thing I'm not expecting to happen, but yes. Hannah said, if somehow you was blown away by Sunday's event, would you start doing TNA weekly? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. We don't have like, or I don't believe we have like a large community of people that watch TNA. So I wouldn't anticipate a lot of people joining us for those streams. I have never watched TNA. I mean, I've seen a couple of their shows in the past. But, yeah, I mean, look, we're doing this because of the relationship with NXT. So I've said before, if it's going to be more of what we saw in 2024, then no. Because I didn't feel like I was missing out. They had people showing up like Brindley Reese, Izzy Dame, and that's fine. That's good for them. And they were, you know, answering Jordan Grace's open challenge. You know, if Miles Bourne is going to show up, if Dion Lennox is going to show up, if, you know, even if an Andre Chase is going to show up, like, it doesn't really, I don't feel like I'm missing out, yeah? I feel like I can catch the key moments that I need to see on social media. But the thing is, you've got to know that TNA are going to do everything they can to make it as engaging as possible, because ultimately, what are they trying to do? They're trying to grow their views. They're trying to grow their fan base. In order to do that, they need to make this as engaging and as big as possible. So I have no doubt whatsoever TNA are, you know, up for anything. Like, give us Natalia, give us John Cena, give us anything, everyone. Give us everything. So I've got no doubt that they're pushing and asking and requesting and fighting. They're the ones that I think are trying to maximize this. I think when it comes to the WWE side, they're honestly probably looking at it more, what can we... How can we help develop our talent? How can we push our talent a bit more? You know, your Brindley Reeses, your Dion Lennoxes, your Miles Bournes, your Tavian Heights. It's good for them and their development to go to TNA, and, you know, the nerves of traveling, being around different people, different show, different setup, different audience. Not quite knowing the reaction you're going to get when you walk out there, having to deal with whatever reaction you get when you do walk out there. Like, all of that is really good learning, really good experience. So I think from an NXT point of view, they're looking like, okay, that's what we want. That's what we saw in 2024. But of course, TNA are like, oh my God, give us Trick Williams, give us Roxanne, give us Julia, give us Stephanie. I mean, it's just really going to depend as to how the relationship evolves, doesn't it? So very interested to see if it launches and what happens on Sunday. And I'd say it's just very much a step at a time. Step at a time. I certainly, even if I enjoyed the show, just a step at a time. I think I'll enjoy the show. There's no reason to not enjoy the show, you know? So I think I'll enjoy the show, but it's going to be just chilled. It's going to be a chilled Sunday bonus stream, really. I'd say that's the best way of looking at it. J-Dog, appreciates the support, my friends. Lovely. You missed a Seeb super chats. We got to it. We might have been a bit delayed, but we made it eventually. I'm just trying to make sure that we're on top of all the bits and bobs. So I'm just getting tagged in some other bits. Lovely. Yeah, we are up to speed with all of that. Lovely. Okay. Days back with TNA Sunday, said Sing Horror Kingman. Yeah, just a bonus stream, just because of all what's going on with this partnership. The last TNA match I saw was Matt, Jeff, and Rebecca Hardy against The System and Tasha Steelz. It was awesome, especially when Joe Hendry came out and saved them, says Nick Butcher. Ajit Carr said, Days, imagine Karrion Kross enters the men's rumble and then the lights go out, shows up and he attacks the Miz, music hits and Miz attack Uncle Howard. Whoa, you lost me. Imagine Karrion enters the men's rumble, lights go out, and maybe the Wyatt show up? Miz, you've lost me. You've lost me. Lisa said, Days, I think the ultimate heel move for Hogan would be if he caused Cena to lose his chance at winning the 17th title, and then Flair came out and hugged Hogan. Nita Nitro said, I watched the Hardys interviews with Chris Van Vliet and they sound so passionate, but it's insane how much they are dying to go back to WWE. I don't know why WWE, I think they will now, but I don't know why they haven't really used them before now. If you think about the Hardys and how legendary as a team they are, they are just welcome in WWE anytime. I know they went to AEW, but, that is not a problem. Penta was in AEW. Cody was in AEW. So, that's, not really an issue in 2025. So, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I would not be shocked to see Jeff in particular in the Rumble. I would not be shocked to see that. I think he doesn't have the same level of charisma. I think Matt's done really well for himself. And obviously you've got the whole broken Matt. I think Matt is someone that tends to have quite creative ideas, right? I think Matt definitely brings something to wrestling and something to the Hardys. Of course he does. But I think the troubled soul that is Jeff Hardy just really connects with people on a different level, you can see that he's troubled. You can see that he's broken, and I think that just connects. I don't know why it does. I don't know why, but it just does. Maybe we can relate to it. Perhaps we can see someone having struggles and troubles, and he's a daredevil, he's a risk taker, and perhaps we just admire the fact he lives life to the extreme. And that is just cool, So I feel like, no disrespect to Matt, I'm sure he knows this anyway, but I think Jeff is the one that would, really get people's attention, But maybe they both go in the Rumble. Matt deserves to be in the Rumble. Perhaps they put them both in. I'm just never a big fan of, tag teams being in the Rumble, do you know what I mean? But the Hardys, maybe I could make an exception. Maybe I could make an exception for the Hardys. I think we see them. I think we do something with them. I think we should do something with them. I think that Jacob against Ober would be epic, said Lisa. Do we think it would be a DQ to keep them both looking strong? Or Ober would win since he's NXT champ? There's no way of knowing. You can't really ever answer those questions because it really depends on the story, the creative. Is it a one-off match? Is there going to be a rematch? Is it at the NXT level? Is it at the main roster level? There's so much that goes into why you would go a certain direction, for example, if Jacob was about to leave, if his contract was coming to an end and he hadn't re-signed, he's losing that match then because they're going to put Ober over, aren't they? And I know, that's not happening, but my point is that you can find yourself in a situation where someone wins, and then you can find yourself in a situation where the other person would win. So to sit here and go, if we do this match, who wins? Where is the match? When is the match? What's the situation around the match? Have they faced before? Are they facing again? Is there a title on the line? Blah, 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 blah. This is why that never really works. I get asked that on and off, I get asked that question of like, if such and such face such and such, who would win? And it's like, you'd have to tell me all these other things first. Ajkar said, imagine Carrion comes out, Wyatt 6 music hits, Miz hits Howdy, then Braun Strowman grabs Razor, powerbombs him through the stage. Yeah. I don't know. Those kind of longer, imagine this happens, then that happens, then this happens, then that happens. I find myself just getting a bit like, yeah, okay. You know, it's fine, but it's like, yeah, okay. I'd rather just watch it if we're going to do that, you know. I think we're done with the Final Testament. I don't know that Wyatt 6 are going to be... I mean, we'd need Final Testament to move over to SmackDown now, wouldn't we? So I think that's sort of done. I mean, if anything, it'll probably be Bloodline. I think Bloodline, or if Judgment Day move. They were long rumoured to be next in line, weren't they? They were long rumoured to be next. So I think we're done with Final Testament. We were meant to get this final showdown. I don't know that we're ever going to get that now. Some people have said maybe we get it Monday. Maybe we do. But the only thing I'd say is they've kind of teased quite heavily that the Wyatt 6 are going to be on the show tonight. They've kind of teased that quite heavily. So if the Wyatt 6 are on the show tonight, then that surely has to mean that Final Testament are going to have to move as well. And there was no indication that that was happening. We didn't like, it's not that Carrion came out of his meeting and said, we and the Wyatt 6 have been moved. It was only the Wyatt 6 that were mentioned. So that's why I'm thinking, okay, looks like we're going in a new direction. Looks like we're just going to draw a line under that, and we're now going to go and do this instead. Brony said, we don't know exactly what the final 4 of the Rumble is going to be, but I think we can agree that Roman, Punk, Cena are definitely going to be 3 of the 4. The 4th could be Seth, Drew, or maybe Randy. Hannah said, it's funny that Hogan said in a documentary that wrestling fans are forgiving for someone who makes mistakes, but that wasn't the situation when he arrived. Will he ever redeem himself? We don't know. The ball's in his court to redeem himself. The ball's in his court. I mean, I really think a way forward for him is... I mean, do you dig it all up and apologise for it? Or, because he's tried the ignoring it and it's not worked. That black cloud has kind of hung over his head. I wonder if it would be worth sitting down and doing a bit of an Ask Me Anything. I wonder if it'd be worth that. I wonder if it would be worth doing some sort of Ask Me Anything. And, obviously the questions would be carefully selected, but you would include something about what he said in the past so that it would allow him to talk about it. And, you know, maybe then he can give the answer everyone's waiting for. I've said before, whenever he has apologised, it's always felt like it was woe is me. It's always felt like it was, yeah, I was wrong to say that, but I was in a dark place, but it's been really hard on me since, but... Do you know what I mean? Like, rather than really getting across how sorry he is and how much it will have disappointed wrestling fans and just non-wrestling fans around the world. I mean, he was on a pedestal. You know, you look at the reaction he gets at WrestleMania 18. It's hard to imagine that, isn't it? It's hard to imagine that crowd going that crazy for Hogan in 2025. The reaction he got when he was in there with The Rock. And, you know, there's obviously been a lot that's happened since then. And it's just such a shame. It's such a shame that we've gone from having that Hogan and that person to the person that we kind of have now. So I am a believer in second chances. I believe in second chances. I don't apologize for that. But the person has to deserve a second chance. And I don't know that people really believe that he's sorry and that he meant the apology whenever he's given it. And I don't know, advising him on this, I think, would be very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. It's kind of like, why dig up the past? You know, it's everyone knows about it. Let's just move forwards. And I feel like that's probably been said many, many times. But here we are in 2025 and he's getting the reactions he's getting. So what do? Do you keep ignoring it, or do you actually address it and do some sort of interview where you sit down and it's spoken about and all of that? I mean, of course, him being with Trump's not going to help, because if you take any political side, you're upsetting the other side. If he had come out and supported the Democrats, you're upsetting all the Republican wrestling fans. If he came out and supported Republicans, you're upsetting all the Democratic wrestling fans. If you pick a side in this argument, you are obviously going to upset, you know, the other side. So, I mean, that ain't helped him. No one's going to say that's helped. So, yeah, trying to advise him, I think, is very, very difficult in this. I don't know what I would say to him to do. What would be in my head would be a sit-down interview. A clear the air interview, sit down, and I would say to him, your top priority from this interview, couple of things. One, do not promote anything. Do not promote a single thing. Not interested in your shop, not interested in your beer, not interested in your flipping waffle maker or whatever you've got going, not interested in your weed-infused pills or potions or shut up, right? Not interested. You don't mention or sell anything. I know it's going to be hard for you because it's literally all I hear you doing is promoting, but shut up about all of that. That would be my first point. My second point would be you get across how sorry you are, right? If you are sorry, you get that across. Not, it's been hard on you, yeah? Not that, like, you know, all these millions of excuses. You could, I don't mind you trying to explain it a little bit, because I think people would want that. Like, why did you say that? If you're not racist, why did you come out with that line? But to be honest, even then, he's probably going to say something really stupid. He's probably going to say something that people are going to analyse after and be like, oh, I just get the feeling he's going to say something in an interview like that. And afterwards, we're going to be like, why did he do that? He should never have done that interview. Who told him to do that interview? And I could see that being the reaction, because I don't know that he's got the ability to get out of this mess. I don't know. He ain't got out of it yet. Ever since that tape leaked and whatever, he ain't got out of it. We know how the wrestlers feel about him. We've heard what Brett has said and all these other people have said. We know that Shawn Michaels was so frustrated with working with Hogan. We ended up with that wacky match, didn't we, at SummerSlam, where he oversold and was bumping all over the place, just like making a bit of a joke out of the match, because that's what that match was to Shawn. It was a joke, because like they were meant to do a return match where Shawn would win, and Hogan was like, nah, we're just going to do it once and I'm winning. So Shawn was like, okay, well then this match don't mean anything to me then. So he was just bumping around, overreacting and everything. And that was at SummerSlam, 2005? It's one of the most bonkers matches. I flipping love that match for just the pettiness of it. But yeah, none of that's going to change, is it? So what is the way forwards? I had a comment, where I think some people want people to come out and just absolutely smash him. He's a disgrace, all this kind of stuff. There's no way back. He doesn't deserve forgiveness, all that kind of... That's what some people want. I can't bring myself to do that because, as I said, I believe in second chances. But the person has to be sorry. The person has to be sorry. The person has to show that they have changed and that they, I need to see that in order to be able to, not that they should necessarily need my forgiveness, but if they want my support, well, you have to earn that. I'm not just going to blindly support you. Not after what I've seen. So it's all well and good going, well, why should he have to earn your forgiveness? Well, if the flip side is, if he wants my support, he's going to have to, isn't he? And I'm not alone, because it would be the same for you, it'd be the same for every wrestling fan. If he wants our support, then I think this is what he is going to have to do. How you go about it, I have no idea. I think it's really difficult, honestly. And it's one that I think could blow up in his face as well if he tried to do it. I could just see people saying who told him to do that interview. Yeah. Metal Mama said that is the only way if he could be accountable and show remorse and explain it. If you can tell someone is not genuine about it and learned and has grown as a person, effing up so bad as a person, effing up so. Yeah, I think I want to believe. I really want to believe, and maybe I can't, right? Maybe it's not true. Like, maybe I can't believe it, but I want to believe that he's not racist. I want to believe that he is... It's not about him being a good person. We've all got good and bad in us, right? I've no doubt that he, when he was on top, was trying to kind of stay there. And sometimes that means holding others down, right? You know, the wrestling business was a cutthroat business. It was a dog-eat-dog business. I don't doubt a lot of the stories that we hear, but I can sort of understand them. I can sort of understand, you know, the business world and the wrestling world, certainly back in the day, was not holding hands, kumbaya, yeah? It was dog-eat-dog, all fighting for, you know, the food on your plate. And I sort of get that. I sort of understand that. So that I'm not too bothered by. But, I mean, I just don't want to think that he was, you know, this racist that, you know, was... I just don't want to believe that. And I don't want to believe that that's what he is now. But I don't know that he is. I don't know that he is. I don't know. There's only those comments to go off, you know? And there's wrestlers that have come out, black wrestlers, that have said they never had any issues with him. He was never off with them. He was a good friend to them. So you go, what is the truth on all of this? Like, what is he public enemy number one? Is it right that he's public enemy number one? Should he be public enemy number one? We did a whole Hogan opinion video, so I don't want to really stick on this too much longer because we did a good 20-30 minutes on the opinions channel. So if you want to know what the community think, it's all in there. It's all in that video. You can see the community's thoughts, or the people that contributed to that video. You can see their thoughts as to what they think about Hogan. So I feel it is definitely one that we've covered. But related or rated said, I don't understand how people have said and done things worse, but they have been forgiven. Asking a mistake, should we hold everyone accountable? Who has done things worse that has been forgiven? This is what Hogan said about, listen, the fans forgave Chris Benoit, so they're very forgiving. It's like the fans have never forgiven Chris Benoit. They will never forgive Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit is an absolute piece of scum who, you know, his legacy is absolutely destroyed. The idea that there's forgiveness for Chris Benoit, I don't even know where Hogan has got that from. I don't even know where he's got that from. It was one of the stupidest things I've ever heard said from a wrestler, is that wrestling fans have forgiven Chris Benoit. He said that on, wasn't it the Impulsive podcast? And I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. Was that aimed at casual fans? Is he still mentally operating, do you think, back in the day? Because, you know, back in the day, there's footage of him going over to New Japan. And he went to New Japan and he was like, I'm the WWF champion, but I'm going to be honest with you, this belt does not mean as much as the IWGP title. And he said that. He actually said that the New Japan title was more valuable, meant more prestige than the WWF title. And he could say that because he was in Japan. Who's going to see it? Who's ever going to see that footage? Who is ever going to see Hogan saying that? No one's going to pick up on that, right? You might get your odd tape trader, but I mean, that's just a handful of people in America, yeah? That are managing to get the footage, that are sharing it around. This is well before the internet. So it's never going to get shared that widely. And if it gets passed around tape traders, that ain't that many people, right? But of course, we live in the internet age now. We live in the age where information spreads, and it spreads fast around the world. So mentally, has he not caught up? Like, does he think when he makes a comment like that he is talking to Logan's fan base and what maybe other wrestling fans aren't going to see or know? Or how do you come out with a comment that stupid and think that there won't be any repercussions? I don't know. Is he just a lost cause? I don't know. He might be, He might be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who did worse that we forgave, to be honest with you. I'm trying to think off the top of my head of who did worse that we forgave. Like, did someone kill someone and we forgave them? I don't know. But it's like, yeah, that was a real stupid comment that he made. Braun Strowman has arrived with some Wingstop. Oh my God. Braun Strowman has arrived and he's carrying a bag of Wingstop. It's just non-stop advertising, isn't it? Non-stop WWE World Wrestling advertisement. Right, Days, SmackDown since WrestleMania has been a bit lacking. The show is void of captivating segments. There's more filler and nothing happening episodes. Last 2 weeks felt like SmackDown is in a holding pattern. Well, I don't know, to be honest. I'd have to have a look and see kind of what the scores say over on the opinions channel. We should do that, actually. I can't remember where I got up to. I think I got up to about November. I don't think I'm that far behind with actually putting the scores in. But I've got, like, a lot of the show scores in. But, I mean, can I have a look and see? I really can't remember. I'm sure it's not that far out. WWE by matches and shows. Let's click over to shows. Let's have a look at SmackDown. Clear. SmackDown. Yeah, I mean, I've got like a September episode in here, so I'm thinking I got up to September. Let's whoosh over. So I can see a September one there, 13th of September. That's December, but it's 2023. So perhaps I got up to September. I don't think I can see anything past September. So it looks like in September there was a great episode. Yeah, I mean, I would say if you look at all time, there's nothing there. Again, this only goes up to September, right? Last year. So there's that from the end of 2023. We've got a March episode. We've got a February episode. April, June, September, June. That is August. Another August. That is July and August. So there's I mean, I'm not too interested in the good ones because, to be honest, those if something's getting a good score, then okay, good is not really where you want to be. I think in order for it to be a show that had that was worth watching, it's got to be in this range here. It's got to be in that range. So again, I do need to get them up to speed. It'd be interesting if I did. I think you've got to remember there's 52 SmackDowns in a year. By the time you're getting post WrestleMania, you've probably already had about 12, 15 or so. So you've only got like 30 odd left to play with. So, and we've only got up to September. So of those 30, you can take out October, November, so you can take out another 12. So that takes you down to like 20 odd. So out of those 20 odd shows, we've probably got about 5 in this section here. So that would suggest that there was a slump post WrestleMania. But there were still shows in there that did have moments about them. I think it's one of those where we know the booking of Cody afterwards was not that great. We know the booking of Cody was a bit underwhelming. We know the booking of Cody could have been stronger post-WrestleMania. Obviously, we didn't have Roman for quite a time as well. I think the Bloodline were trying to establish themselves, the solo one with Jacob and everything. So I think, yeah, there was a definite slump there. Whether it picked up more towards the end of 2024 is obviously up for debate. I don't really see SmackDown as being a bit of a problem. I'm quite excited by this transfer window that we're going to have now. I mean, we're sat here now and we might be seeing the Wyatt 6 tonight. That's obviously very exciting. So we might get the Wyatt 6 on the show. So I think New Year, fresh start. It doesn't quite feel like we're quite underway with everything yet because of this transfer window still hanging over us. Once that's done and this transfer window is closed, which I don't know about you, I can't wait for it to close. They haven't really announced when it's open. You know, having this thing happening, but we don't know when it's open, when it's closed, who's moving, when it's done. I just want it to be done. I want them to tell us it's done. And then let's get stuck into some of the stories. Let's get stuck into some of the creative. And then, you know, hopefully, boom, we're underway. I think it's going to get better now because obviously we go to 3 hours and we're on the road to WrestleMania. I remember getting hammered with so many tape shows. They were trying that had me really sour. Well, tape shows just don't even want to think about those. James said, at Genesis, we've got Nick Nemeth against Joe Hendry, Josh Alexander against Santana in an I Quit match, Moose against Ace Austin, Spitfire versus Ash, Dana, and Heather by Yeah, I saw that Heather by Elegance. I was like, oh my God, there's a Heather by Elegance now. We had a Ash by Elegance, and now we've got a Heather by Elegance. Yeah, I mean, Moose Ace Austin is lost on me. I not a clue. I've heard of them, but I couldn't tell you anything about them. Josh Alexander, I know, is meant to be the big star, the guy. I mean, I don't know if he still is, but he was the one that everyone was like, oh my God, his matches are just incredible. Spitfire, I've never heard of. Heather by Elegance, I've never heard of. Dana Brooke, obviously, I know. Nick Nemeth against Joe Hendry, not for me. I think people know I'm not like a Joe Hendry fan. I think the Joe Hendry thing, it feels like it started in TNA and it gained traction in TNA. His song and his turning around and all that sort of stuff. And I feel like NXT fans took to it. I think some of the NXT fans were already aware of it. But it's one of those where I feel like I missed the start of the joke. I sort of feel like if he did an interview and he was chatting away to someone, and then just as he walked off, he came back and did the turn, I feel like at that moment, you'd be like, oh, did you see what he did there? That was good. Did you see what he just did? He turned around and stared at the camera. That was good. He should keep that. And I feel like that moment where he first does it is important because, like, then, of course, it builds into his character. And then he does it as part of his entrance. And he does it on his Titantron. And there's people that are copying it. I feel like I've walked in halfway through the joke. That's the only way I can explain how I feel about Joe Hendry is I see what he's doing. I hear the song. And I see him turning around and, you know, all of this stuff. But I feel like I missed the part of... I feel like the train left the station. I feel like the train left the station. I wasn't on the train. And so now I'm seeing loads of people that are on the train having a great time, loving it. You know, Joe Hendry for the Rumble and all this sort of stuff. And honestly, I'm just at the platform, just watching as the train's pulling. That's the best way I can explain how I feel about Joe Hendry. So when we get to that main event, Joe Hendry is not someone that I'm going to be like losing my mind over. I personally doesn't matter to me if he wins, if he loses. I think I remember seeing though that he had a shot at the title before and someone, was it JBL, like cost him last time. And so I'm guessing this time he does win the title and then probably goes in the Rumble as the big pop as well, because that it's a meme that's really, you know, caught fire. I don't know where we are with it. I mean, I'm guessing it's still popular. I'm guessing it's still over. I don't know. I could definitely see him being in the Rumble, though. Definitely see him being in the Rumble. So, got to be honest, main event, not a match I'm hyped for. Not a match that I personally am invested in, but I know many people will be. Josh Alexander, I'm always down for watching because I've heard a lot about him. So, I'm down for that. Moose against Ace Austin. Ace Austin is someone I've heard a lot about. So, and I have watched him a couple of times. I just can't remember him. And Spitfire I've never seen, never heard of. But, yeah. Honestly, it looks fine. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be an interesting watch. And, yeah. People like James, I think, are going to be invaluable because they can really bring us up to speed. Because, as I said, I'm going to be sat there with my hands up like, I don't know. How did this match come about? What's Ace Austin's best match? This one. When did Moose join TNA? I think it was last Thursday. Has Josh Alexander won any other titles apart from the TNA title? Yeah, he won the Mr. Universe contest. I don't flip it though. So it could make for a very interesting stream. Deece Rebel said, I didn't get the Joe Hendry thing. I think the hype might have faded. Do you think so? I haven't seen him much online as I did previous. Best of luck if he is still over, though. Good on him, said Deece Rebel. I think... I don't know. I don't know. The last time I saw him was in NXT and, you know, he still had great support. I'd say they've done well to not overexpose him in NXT, so it feels like if he went back to NXT, there would still be a pop and a very warm welcome. I think I heard he was trying for, like, Eurovision. I don't know what happened of that. I know he tried to... And didn't he try to do something, like, around Christmas with a song as well? And I don't know what came of that. So, I think he's been trying. He's got a few projects and things. It's hard, isn't it? I mean, look, when you strike gold, and he did strike gold, when you strike gold, it's going to have a shelf life. Whether that has come to an end now, I don't know. I'm not saying it has, right? Don't get me twisted. I'm not saying it has. I'm just saying if it has. You know, this is the problem, isn't it? You got to keep finding that next piece of gold. You got to keep finding that next thing. It's hard. It's very difficult. You know, people can go stale, can't they? That's what Undertaker said, you know. He had to keep reinventing himself. He didn't want to do Dead Man during Attitude Era. It didn't fit. He didn't feel like it fitted. So, of course, he became American Badass. And that's how he got through the Attitude Era, was, you know, being a little bit more like a biker and being a bit more like American Badass. I don't think people like Badass as much, though. I think whenever he comes out on the bike, people are like, oh, Undertaker, this is cool. But everyone wants the gongs. Everyone wants the dead man. So, you know, that was a reinvention and it got him through a period of time. But Vince was like, right, we're done now. What was it? WrestleMania 20? We got the dead man back at WrestleMania 20. So, you know, nothing can last forever. Uncle Rebel says, Days, my wife Laurie is sitting next to me. She's trying to read a book, but she is captivated by your voice. That's honestly, Uncle Rebel, she's not alone. They call me the Captivator. So just know that it's not an illness. She doesn't need to go see a doctor. It's perfectly scientific. Yeah, it's understandable. I'm like the Pied Piper. Yeah, whenever I talk, women just follow. Yeah. Shockwave said, hello, everyone. How are things? What are the chances of seeing the Wyatt 6 tonight? I think they're good. I think that there's a high chance that we are going to get them. They've kind of put out a tease about being here today. They've said you don't know what I'm doing, but you will understand. And as Kelly the Wise Lady, she was the one that I saw point it out first. She pointed out that that John 13, whatever, was written 17 times. And obviously today is the 17th. And when they actually tweeted it yesterday, it was written once. So it sort of felt like they said the other day, we'll see you on the 17th. And then yesterday they said, we'll see you tomorrow. There's just one day to go. We'll see you tomorrow. Normally when there's activity on their Twitter account, their official Twitter account, it normally means that we are heading towards seeing them. It's normally connected. So I actually think very good. I think there'll be a lot of disappointment if they're not on the show tonight. I think there's a very good chance we see them. Can we talk about you being on NXT, said Release Howdy? Yep, absolutely, Release Howdy. So on a Tuesday, we do our NXT watch along, and we are on it. We are absolutely on it. We are all over NXT. And as Release Howdy said there, we were on NXT on Tuesday. We were just all over it. We always do a couple of hours before. But as soon as that show starts, whatever goes down on NXT, we're talking about it. We are on it. And we will be on SmackDown tonight. We'll be all over this show, talking about it, the matches, the promos, the confrontations. We'll be all... And then on Monday, we'll be on Raw. We'll be all on it again. Talking about whatever goes down. We'll start hours before, as we always do. So, yeah, we tend to do Raw, NXT, and SmackDown. Sunday, we will do TNA. It's a bit of a blip. It's a bit of a one-off because we're interested in this NXT logo. It's got my attention. I see what we could potentially do with WrestleMania this close as well, and the Rumble this close. Lots of potential there. So we'll be on TNA on Sunday. And just if you're around, come and hang with us, share your thoughts. Appreciate it. Days, you definitely know one half of that Spitfire tag team. It's Danny Luna from NXT UK. To be honest with you, I think I only saw her a couple of times. I was not actually a regular viewer of NXT UK, which I think the reason for it was because the channel was in a slightly different place back then. And NXT UK, we had actually given it a watch, and the views were really low. Like, we were really struggling with people joining us. I think, though, we'd only been doing, like, the watch-along stuff for a couple of years, which sounds like loads of time. But we hadn't quite built up our, back then there were still people that were really on the channel for the toy hunts and for the figure stuff. So I feel like now we've got a less of a community for that stuff. Back in the day, I could put a toy hunt up and it would have done, some really big numbers. Now, not so much. And that's honestly understandable. There's channels out there that just do figure stuff. So, and they cater for that. There's toy hunts that get put up all the time. So it's understandable, yeah. But I think what we have done is we've built up a bigger live audience now. So actually, if they were to do NXT UK again, it would now be on my radar more so than before. But I did see her, yes. I'm aware of it. And I know that Zaya Brookside, talking of NXT UK, I know that she's over at TNA now. It would have been nice to have seen her, actually. I always liked what she did. I think, though, if you look at NXT UK, what a promotion, because think of the talent that came out of that, with Gunther and Elia and JD McDonough and Pete Dunne and Tyler Bates and Lyra Valkyria. You can kind of go down a list pretty deadly of people that came out of that promotion, and it's not bad. It's really not bad what that promotion was able to uncover. Shows that there was real talent around at that time, and do you know what? There is now. There's still great talent around now. I would love to see that brand return, but of course we know it went away because they were going to do NXT Europe, and there's just no sign of NXT Europe, is there? Which is a shame. NXT UK was amazing, says James. I would love to see it return, yes. I would love to see it return, and it would be more on my watch list radar now that the channel's in a slightly different place. Hannah said at this point, maybe the Ula Fala has got more prestige than the AEW World title. Maggie said, I had a real bad nightmare last night. It kept me waking up, and I can't remember a thing about it. I wonder if it was the fact that the Raw wrestling ring was going to have sponsors all over it. Imagine that. I bet it was that. We're going to take a lovely clean ring and we're going to slap like all these corporate sponsors over it. Oh my God, it's a nightmare. Thank God we're not doing that. Wrestle with Andy said, we need some Daisy Awards for Mania season. If we were to do awards, I would like them to be weird subjects. Do you know what I mean? Most awkward moment. The Daisy Award for most awkward moment at the moment. That I would want it to be for subject. Worst dressed. Worst ring gear, something like that. Best wardrobe malfunction. Oh my God. This is what I would want. Best wrestler. I'm not interested in that. Not interested in that. I'm interested in worst production botch. Things along those lines. So maybe. They should just get a giant Days face on the ring, says Mayor Pete. Finally, someone talking some sense. Stuart Little, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate it. Firing in a couple of Wrestling Days memberships. Appreciate the support, buds. Stuart Little, thank you. Lord Sheograth, the biggest Alexa Bliss fan that we have ever seen. Honestly, cannot wait for Alexa to return. I think it's the reason why Lord is here right now. Hoping that that Alexa will be on this show with the Wyatt Six. So, Lord, shout out to you. Said 3 months. The god of dubs, the god of the Wyatts, is keeping the L's away. Keeping the Lexes away. Lord Showgraph, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. I hope she makes her presence felt tonight. There she is. Hope you are feeling good, bestie wise lady. Oh, is Kelly around? There she is. There you are. Hey, I've just been tagged in this. This is Dexter Loomis. Dexter Loomis. Oh, look at that. Just some pictures, black and white. There's the crew. Probably at another fast food joint by the looks of it. Oh my God, they love it. They're doing like a fast food vlog channel, I'd imagine. It does give fast food joint again, doesn't it? Could you imagine the Wyatt Six going to different fast food outlets reviewing them? Wouldn't that be the best? That would be the best. That would actually be the best. Joe Gacy complaining about pickles. Oh my God. That is the Sphere. That is the... I know that is the Sphere. That means that he was in Las Vegas. There he is, all buff, just like me. Headquarters. God, he gets around. There's his card. That's him at Muscle Beach. I don't know where that is. And that is a picture of Liv Morgan. So there we go. She's always smoking. Liv Morgan. Drugs. Will we see Jade Cargill tonight? What's this? All right, Jade Cargill said she is one of one. Word of Wrestling, thank you. Little bit of a fan. Thank you, just tagging me in a few bits and bobs. Bayley targets major TNA star. What was that about? What was that about Masha Slamovich? Oh no. Bayley took an interest in Kylie King after WWE TNA announcements. I've got my eye on you, Kylie King. So there we go. Bayley interested in a TNA star. There was quite a bit of that over the past few days, actually. As much as we have certain feelings towards each other, we are both aware that we've got a certain magic with each other. Oh my God, get a room. It's a tale as old as time. The more people have a genuine disdain for each other, people can truly feel it. And if you're actually good at your job like we are, it does create magic. And the whole process was magic. And the cell itself was a match that will be talked about forever. That is Drew McIntyre talking about his match and feud with CM Punk. Days, I've read on a couple of sites that Liv is being released. Have you heard anything? I've only heard that you go to really bad news sites. That's the only thing that I've heard. That you waste your time by going to really unreliable sources. That's what people are saying. That's the word on the streets. No, nothing at all. Sounds like absolute guffage. Sounds like guffage. And there's a lot of guffage out there. Just trying to make sure I'm up to speed. Yes, big time. Days. NXT men's division is in a much better place than it was 3 months ago, but it still feels like if you're champion, having a fruitful title reign is challenging when there's a lack of credible opponents. It still, feels like if you're champion, having a fruitful title reign is challenging. Got you. Yeah, maybe. I mean, they just need to build people up, don't they? I actually think Eddie Thorpe is an interesting challenge. The only problem is he's not been killing people on the way to the top, has he? You know, if Eddie Thorpe had a good mid-card title run and had been winning for the past 3 months, that would feel different. I think as a wrestler, he's a good wrestler. I mean, he was from New Japan and he was trained in the dojos. And, you know, Eddie Thorpe is someone that's actually got a bit about him. Some real potential. But for him to be near the top end of the card at this point is a bit... I don't disagree. We need to really be building some people up. Listen, we're quietly building up Tony. Tony beat Oba. Tony and Oba is going to be a match in the future. I actually said, I think this is too soon because Tony stepped up to Oba and on Tuesday, and I said, I think this is too soon because Tony is the only man to beat Oba. So that is a big match. You don't want to do that match now because Oba ain't losing the title now. What you want to do is you want to do it, say, around WrestleMania, because then Oba will have had the title about 3 months by then, all right? And then he faces Tony. Tony's never won the NXT title. So what we need to do is just find a few opponents for Oba over the next few months, and then at Stand and Deliver, Oba versus Tony, and Tony's the only man that's beaten Oba, and Oba will have had the belt long enough where it's realistic that he could lose it. Tony has never won the NXT championship, so it's something that he needs to get his hands on. And so I think that feels, at the moment, like it is the match. It feels like that is going to be Oba's biggest challenge because we've seen him lose to Tony. So Tony, I think, would be my long-term, not my long-term, but my WrestleMania one. And then I'd just get a few feuds like Eddie Thorpe, maybe an Ethan Page, maybe a Shawn Spears, maybe a few just little feuds like that until we actually get to the Tony one at WrestleMania. And then by that point, hopefully, we will have built up some other people. You know, Javon's obviously being built. Maybe Nathan Frazier breaks away from Fraxium. We can then do some solo stuff there. Who knows? Hikuleo might have come in. You know, we might have actually done some stuff with him. So hopefully, and we might even have signed some new people. So post WrestleMania, hopefully it'll be in a stronger place. But I feel like there's enough to get us through to Mania, with probably Tony feeling like the best challenge because of his win over him that we've got at the moment. Harley, shout out to you, said there are a number of lesbians. Oh my God. What? On the stream right now. Here we go, boys. Here we go. There are a number of lesbians on the roster. Will Saudi Arabia ban them competing in the 2026 Rumble? No. No, I think we have had... I'd have to look back. Has Shayna ever been there? Has Shayna ever been at Saudi Arabia? No, I mean, to my knowledge, no. I've not heard of them banning people from going. It's actually the other way around, where people don't want to go, and so they don't want to go. But even though, like, Saudi Arabia is not going to ban people from going, but, you know, it's just that any kind of LBG, I can never remember all the letters, right? But any of that kind of stuff is obviously not allowed. So engaging in those kinds of activities is not going to be allowed. But actually, if you are a lesbian or a gay man, I don't think you would be banned from going. So, but that is one of the human rights concerns, is the rights of LB. I need to learn this, don't I? It keeps changing, though. They've added a plus at the end now. LBGT. Yeah, I mean, I've put it in and it's come back with 3 answers. There's LGBTQ. There's LGBTQIA+. I think I know it as LGBT. LGBT, that's what it always, well, I say always, but that's what it was when I was growing up. And actually, there is still an LGBT foundation. So LGBT, can't they come up with something snappier? It would be better if it was like, do you know what I mean? Sparkle. Something that I would stand a chance of remembering. But yeah, anyway, we were talking about this in the Royal Rumble thing, in that Royal Rumble opinions video, and they said like 10 human rights concerns, and the lack of LGBT tolerance, if that's the word, is one of the concerns. But no, to my knowledge, no one would be banned. Days, you're going to get cancelled? I'm not going to get cancelled. It's nothing but love and respect. I just can't remember it. It just it keeps changing. Amin said, Days, when do we think Randy Orton's going to return? Probably the Rumble. I'm thinking the Rumble. That's where we get a lot of returns. It could, you could bring him back at Saturday night's main events or something like that, but this close to the Rumble feels like it's probably the Rumble. When do we think... Oh, we read that one. Do we think Roxanne is going to debut tonight? I don't know about debut. Apparently we've got some new Funko Pops. I don't know about debut. But I think she could make her presence felt on SmackDown. But I don't know that this is like a call-up. How do we feel about that Shawn Michaels doing a super kick? That's not really what we tend to do with Funko Pops, is it? Like, don't they normally do, like, just stand there like these boomers? He's doing like that. I've never seen that where they've got like a stand behind them. That's okay. I don't mind it. It would be kind of good if you could pose it, maybe turn his head and it looks like he's actually super kicking someone. That'd be okay. LA Knight. Is that Alexa? Who is that boomer? Who's that meant to be? That doesn't look like Rhea. It doesn't look like anyone. Who is it? It's not Tiffany. It's not Rhea. Who's that boomer? Trish. Trish. Who are you? Who are you? Trish, maybe? Oh, Stacy Keibler. No. No. Never would have got there. Never would have got... But then what is Stacy Keibler was sort of known for her long legs. Shouldn't her legs, like, kind of go all the way... If her legs went all the way up to here, and then she had a little body and a head, I'd be like, Stacy Keibler. But, yeah, I was never getting that. This is X-Man. This is Flying Girl. And that is Austria Man. So there we go. With a Intercontinental Championship around his waist as well. So apparently some new Funkos on the way. Stacy Keibler, never in a flipping month of Sundays, mate, would I have got that. Lovely. What do we think we get from the Wyatt 6? Said the Who review. What do we get from the Wyatt 6? I think we get something to indicate that they have moved to SmackDown. I think we get something that shows us that they have moved over. So whether it be a video package or they disrupt on the show, I think we get something. Look, we got this from Dustin Rhodes. Wrestlers, if you want to get over as a babyface, start studying Ricky Steamboat on how to sell. Find your charisma, because without it, you're dead in the water. Show me your fire when it's time. Make some noise, but by all means, learn how to sell. Yeah? Yes! Preach! Preach! I love that. Being a true heel, you got to be believable, you've got to be aggressive, and you've got and you have to guide your baby face. Keep training and studying and keep stepping. That's interesting, isn't it? Dustin Rhodes, learn how to sell. Yes. That is a true art of professional wrestling. You know, if you're meant to be in a believable contest, then showing that you're struggling, showing that you're in pain, and not just giving up on it when it's time to do a move, but actually sticking with it, you know? Much like Penta was doing on Monday with his knee, and he was down and he was in pain and he was having to dig deep, and actually resulted in it being a really good match. Which was ironic because I was concerned about his selling, because I've seen him in matches where there ain't none. But as a solo star, you know, yeah, it was he did really well. And that is the secret of Shawn Michaels, isn't it? Shawn was one of the all-time great sellers. So good at, like, you know, using the ropes to try and get back up to his feet. You know, just he always looked like he was at death's door. He always looked, and then, like, you know, there'd be a move and he'd get hit with it. Down he'd go and he'd be down. 1, 2, foot on the rope. Oh my God. Oh my God. Just got his foot on the rope. Oh, and they make you believe, and they take you on that journey. And so true. So true. So important. Word of Wrestling, shout out to you. Title match is going to main event tonight. Title match main events tonight. So what title? Oh, the Bayley title match. It'll be Bayley, won't it? Bayley against Tiffany. That'll be the match that's main eventing. Right, Hannah said, Days, very impressive web episode. It was a genius idea to have it on Wednesdays so that Thomas will fulfill his AEW responsibilities. Stream it whilst talking about the wrestling world. Let's go. Do you know, I moved it because of NXT, right? With only us doing 3 shows a week, it doesn't make sense, and it's never made sense. But it doesn't make sense that we would do a podcast which takes an hour away when we could be talking on this channel instead, right? So, and considering like Wednesday, Thursday, I'm free, just makes sense, doesn't it? Just makes sense that it gets moved. So I did ask him if we could move it for 1 week. And I said, to be honest, if we can move it permanently, that would be great. And he was like, yeah, no problem. I can fit it in on like this time. It honestly, some people might look at it as like shade being thrown or something to AEW because we're doing it at the exact same time that AEW is on. It couldn't be further from the truth. That time was a time that Tommy said was best for him. Otherwise, I would still do it at like 11 and do it before AEW. Because to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of it being at that time because I know there's people in our community that want to watch AEW. So why do I want to go and do a show at the same time as AEW? I'm the one that's going to lose out. There ain't no one that's going to be sat there going, oh, I could watch AEW or I could watch the Wrestling Escape Pod. I'll watch the Wrestling Escape Pod. I don't think there's anyone doing that. So it's us that lose out. So yeah, that was not. It was a Tommy call, to be honest, on that. Which then, of course, begs the question: why has he not been able to do his AEW watch-alongs then? Hey, if this is a free time for him, where's he been all this time? It's a good question. It's a good question. Days, there's nothing more short-sighted than the IWC saying that call-ups like Trick, Ober, Fraxium, Ethan, but then questioning why that division is struggling. NXT just can't afford call-ups for a while. It's a balancing act, though, isn't it? Because you're right, if you want to look at it from a NXT ratings point of view, but in the grand scheme of things, how important are the NXT ratings compared to bringing up talent, freshening up the main roster? If you've got someone like Trick or Ober that is ready for the main roster and creatively you think you could do something with them, is it short-sighted to keep them in NXT just to keep the ratings number strong? How much do they add to the ratings anyway? How many people tune in just for Ober or Trick? Or how many people tune in because it's NXT? You know, if you got rid of Trick, would the ratings drop? If Trick goes to the main roster, do the ratings go down? I mean, the only thing I would say is I don't know that they go down because of Trick. They might struggle because who replaces Trick? Where's that big next name, you know, that can really carry the division? Well, at the moment, it's Ober. If you lose Ober as well, who's the next big name then? But this is the problem that NXT is always going to have because their primary purpose is to produce talent for the main roster. So when that talent gets to the top, they're always going to be a big name. They're always going to be, you know, like just like Johnny Gargano was, just like Finn Balor was, just like Asuka was, Bayley was, Charlotte was. Like, you work your way up, you become a big name in NXT, you become a big fish in a small pond, and then it's time for you to go to the bigger pond. But the problem that NXT has got is, where is those next guys coming through underneath? And, you know, you'd have to look at your Lexis Kings. You'd have to look at your Ethan Pages. You'd have to look at your Ridge Hollands, your Eddie Thorpes, your Tony D'Angelos. Like, these are the names, your Andre Chases. These are the names that might not feel quite as exciting at the moment as an Ober or a Trick. But that's the challenge of the creative, isn't it? You've got to make them feel exciting. You've got to do exciting stuff. Look what they're doing with Ethan. I've not been massively impressed with Ethan since he came into NXT. Not because he's necessarily done anything wrong, but just because him coming in and winning the title so quickly was like, oh, I'm not a fan of this. Like, you know, he's now just got the title, he's got the belt, and he won it by falling on top of someone. Like, I wasn't really keen on that. And then I was watching his matches, and they were all right, but they weren't anything to write home about. Like, for me, the NXT champ should be the top guy, the top dog. And it was hard to make an argument that Ethan Page was that at that time, right? So for me, like, the story we just told with him and all of that, him being champ, all that stuff, I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't a fan. I think what we're doing now with him, where he's being brutal and he is turning up his more sadistic side, I think that's a lot more engaging. And actually, he's kind of being presented as a problem, someone that, doesn't know any limits. And so you've got a bit more interesting with him now, in my opinion. So I like kind of what we're doing with him. Javon has obviously got a lot of sympathy. Javon's got a great future. Javon's, going to kill it. Javon is like the male Roxanne Perez in many ways. She's a prodigy. In the women's division, I think Javon can go on to be that. So with Javon around, I think we're all right. Nathan, of course, can come out of Fraxium. I think Nathan is someone very, very interesting. And I think when he goes back to being a solo star, that's going to be interesting. If we turn Axiom heel, that could be interesting. A dark heel Axiom. Nathan Frazier as a babyface. Javon Evans, a sadistic Ethan Page, Lexis King, Charlie Dempsey, Tony D'Angelo. These are the names that they're going to have to just really turn the creative up with. And, if we lose an Oba and a Trixo. It's a real balance, isn't it? How do you get NXT to get its views and keep getting its views? But then equally, how do you take the talent that's ready when it's ready? Because NXT's primary purpose has always been to produce talent for the main rosters. So it's like we've said so many times before, it's a real balancing act. Sometimes people will be ready, but you can't just take them right now. You've got to just leave them in NXT a little bit because they do need them at the moment. But, you don't want to leave them there too long. You don't want to find yourself in a Johnny Gargano situation. Johnny was in NXT for years and years and years and arguably long outstayed his need to be there. So it's a balance, isn't it? And do they get that balance right all the time? No, of course they don't. Of course they don't. They don't get that balance right all the time. I don't think it'd be very hard to expect them to get that balance right all the time. But I think, they do as good a job as they can. They're trying. They're trying. God bless them. I saw James say, I know you don't like AEW, and I was just about to read that, and then James's comment jumped away, so I was going to see if I could find it. Days going head to head with AEW, shots fired, said JB. What do we think of the new main event tomorrow, said Erlap. I mean, it'll be a fun fight, but it's not as engaging, is it? It's not as engaging, yeah. So, Sarukian out. Sarukian with some really big wins on his records. Now it's Islam Makhachev against Moicano. I feel like that show just got downgraded. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know how many casuals know about Sarukian. I don't know how many casuals know about Islam Makhachev, to be honest. Islam Makhachev is the pound-for-pound great right now. It's, him and John Jones really are the two real big standouts when it comes to who's the pound-for-pound. So we are dealing with, the Canelo Alvarez, if you will. Well, no, not even Canelo these days. The Terence Crawford of the Usyk of the UFC world tomorrow. But I haven't seen a lot of buzz around it. I don't have high expectations for that show, to be honest. I think we're doing it. It's the first pay-per-view of the year, but I mean, it's not John Jones Aspinall. That's the one everyone I think's really looking for. Sugar Sean O'Malley obviously brings in eyes. His cards tend to be quite popular. Blooming Chimaev brings in loads of eyes as well. A lot of those Georgian fighters bring in eyes. I think the Georgian fans are really into their UFC. But this last minute change, the fight will be good. But I mean, honestly, he's got a 5% chance of beating the champ. I mean, it's a bit disappointing. James said, obviously you don't care about AEW, but what other thoughts on MJF using Owen Hart's death to belittle Jeff Jarrett on Dynamite? Haven't seen it. Honestly, haven't seen it. I did get someone asking me that on Twitter, what do you think about this? But I haven't seen it. I haven't been tagged in it. I haven't had anyone comment about it. So I would say that it is something which probably has made some noise. I can't see how that's happened and it's not made noise. But I'm not just saying it because, I'll happily talk about anything, right? I've always said I don't want these to be streams where people are like, oh, he won't talk about this or he won't talk about that. No, I will talk about it. And we've spoke about Vince and we spoke about, all this stuff in the past. So I'm happy, no problems talking about that as a thing, but I genuinely have not been tagged in it. I've not seen the clip. I'm not even aware that's happened until you've just mentioned it. So I don't know how much noise that has made. I'm guessing there's probably a lot of anti-AEW accounts that have jumped on it, but I don't follow those. I don't look out for those. I think I've shown people before. If I go into my lists, I've got a list of stuff for my other accounts. So if ever I post a link to these streams on the live thing, I can just go there and get it, right? But this is my WWE list. So I've got Wrestle Talk, Crispy Wrestling, Kathy Kelly, WrestleTix, PW Insider, WrestleOps, Air. That was retweeted by Angel Garza. That was retweeted by Triple H. That's Wrestle Talk, Fightful, WrestleOps, PW Insider, WrestleOps, WWE, Sean Ross Sapp, Wrestle Talk, WWE ID. That was retweeted by 90s WWE, WrestleMania, Piper Niven, Kofi Kingston, WrestleMania. Honestly, and what I do when I'm doing Unseen is I'll go down my notifications of what you lot have tagged me in. And if, it's good, I'll put it in a folder or share it on the community account. And I'll work my way down. And then I'll go into here and I'll just have a look and see if there's anything that's happened that I might have missed out on. Like I've not seen this tweet or comment from Bad Boy. Or maybe it's old. It got tweeted 43 minutes ago, but it could have been from the other day. I want to do it one more time. Yeah, I want to put my... Is this about his making his... I want to scare my mother. Fightful. Yeah, so I just go down this. So this is what I say about how I don't see certain accounts or whatever, right? Because it's just not on my radar. I won't ever see them. And it is so much better. I mean, look at my world. Look at my world. This is my world. It is so much better doing it this way. So much more. Do you know what I mean? It's rather than being surrounded with negativity, I get boobs instead. I just get the odd occasional boob that flashes up and just brilliant. More? Flipping more? It's just a list of perv stuff. Oh my God. I'm starting to regret showing it now. But, yeah, that's what I do. So I don't see it. I honestly don't see it. So what I would say is there's no way they're going to have said it without having permission from Owen Hart's wife, right? She's going to have given the sign off for it, right? There is no way that it's going to be said without that. Owen Hart being part of a storyline... For, I'm guessing Jeff Jarrett was like a good friend of his. What's my feelings on it? Not keen, but because I don't like it, I mean, I just think back to when we used Paul Bearer in the Undertaker CM Punk. Do you remember when, we opened up that urn that was meant to have Paul Bearer's ashes in, and CM Punk tipped out the ashes as he was in that upset people. And Paul Bearer just died, I believe, of natural causes rather than, the way Owen died tragically young. So there's obviously a difference between the two, and that difference does make me a bit uncomfortable, but there is absolutely no way that they would do that without getting permission from Owen Hart's widow. No way. Zero chance. So if she's signed it off and is okay with it, and it was designed to shock people and get people talking, I'm guessing it's done that. And, well, not that much because I ain't really heard much about it. But it will have landed. It will have done something. And no one, you know, is going to have loved Owen more than Jeff. Is it required? Is it necessary? Let's say I'm not a fan, but I'm not, like, appalled by it. Because I feel like if I was appalled by it, I might have double standards, considering I was all right with Paul Bearer being used in storyline. I mean, those were not his actual ashes, you know, that were tipped out. But I was all right with it because I remember at the time there being a lot of comments of like, this is disgusting. This was like WrestleMania 29. And I remember at the time there being a lot of people saying this is disgusting. They shouldn't be doing this. The man's only just passed away. To use him in a story now, how disgraceful, blah, blah, blah. But I knew at the time, and Undertaker later came out and said it. He later came out and said that he would have loved it. Paul Bearer would have loved it. He would have loved, even in death, being involved in a storyline again and being part of wrestling, because he spent his whole life part of wrestling. So to be involved in a storyline again, Paul Bearer would have loved it. I don't know if that can be said of Owen. I don't know. Obviously, you know, he passed away 26 years ago, a lot longer ago. So I don't know if that is true in this situation, but I know how I felt about the Paul Bearer one. That's what I'm kind of benchmarking this against. I was all right with that. I think I'd have double standards if I'd be too down on this one. I do think there are differences, though. One was past of natural causes. The other was a horrific accident that played out in front of fans and is one of the darkest moments in wrestling history. So to say that it's absolutely identical to the Paul Bearer situation, I think would be incorrect. But I can't really sit here and rant and rave about it because there is zero chance that has happened without the sign-off of his wife. So, or widow. And she's the one I think that ultimately we would care about the most, isn't it? How she feels about it, you know? I am getting people tagging me and stuff, though. In clips and whatever, but I can't be watching those clips right now, kids. Because we are 40 minutes away from SmackDown. So that's my honest answer. And that's my honest answer, remember, without seeing the clip. So you might be like, yeah, I hear you, but the way it was done was absolutely appalling. Yeah? I don't know. I haven't seen it. So you're just getting my reaction to hearing that he was mentioned as part of a promo. Victoria is backstage at SmackDown. Lovely. Mike Brand, shout out to you, buds. And John Kane, it's gotta be Kane. John Kane in the house. Shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Right, I'm going to try and blast through some comments. Let's go. Big Time said, Days, it's beyond ridiculous how the NXT number last week was botched by 159,000. Many, including CW reps, were celebrating, but Nielsen made it up. Christopher said, Days, was it crazy when Owen Hart died in front of the fans? And seeing him get rolled out and then continuing the show. That was a crazy decision. Bret Hart didn't like that Vince had done that. Yeah, I'm going to say something controversial because you know me, I love it. But there was something, I can't remember what it was. There was something in the documentary that shocked me. There was something in the documentary that was like, oh my God, I don't know if it was the blood. So I've always said when it came to that, putting myself in Vince's position, I'd never seen behind the scenes in that moment. Yeah, I think the documentary gives you a bit of a glimpse, though, the Vince documentary. But I've always said, imagine you're Vince and one of your wrestlers has just died. You got a full crowd of people, right? And one of your wrestlers has just died. I don't know if you know at that point he's dead. I don't know at what point Vince is told he's dead. We know he goes on a stretcher. He gets in the ambulance. I think they declare him dead in the ambulance. I don't think they declare him dead like at the scene. I think the official announcement is when he's in the ambulance. These are the minute details. These are the little details which, you know, play a big part, yeah? I don't know that Vince knew 100% that Owen was gone, he was dead, as Owen is being removed from the ring, right? So at that point, Vince is thinking, understandably, what has happened? How has this happened? I need to contact the family. Like, you can understand him being in a bit of shock. You can understand him processing what he has just witnessed. He's probably got a million people asking him questions. Like, I can understand the show continuing because I can understand Vince needing to try and process and figure out, okay, what do we do now? Where do we go now? What's happening now? Like, what? Give me the latest on Owen. I want to, you know, Vince's biggest concern at that time shouldn't be anything to do with the show. It should be about Owen. So Vince in that moment should be focused on what does Owen need? And we need to, like, there needs to be a full investigation, of course. There needs to be like a full investigation, of course. So should he have shut it down? I think in the cold light of day, yes, of course, because we now know that it was a crime scene, right? We now know it was a crime scene, and we know that Owen passes away. But I don't know that Vince knows that at the time. And in the documentary, there's blood that's on the ring, which looks horrific. And I think that really shocked me because I didn't know about that. But it later emerged that that blood was not Owen's blood. I think it later emerged that that blood was just from an earlier match. So that wasn't connected. But I think in the documentary, they show this blood and they imply that it is connected. I think that's actually a disservice that the Vince documentary does. It implies, I don't think it outright says, but it implies that this blood that was on the ring was Owen's, because you see him getting stretchered away, and then they show the ring, and they show, but apparently it was not Owen's. So clearly something's got wrong. Clearly there needs to be an investigation. I would imagine in 2025. We, you know, with health and safety and everything the way it is, you would just immediately shut it down because it would need to be investigated. Whether he's passed away or hasn't passed away, that's going to need to be investigated. So it's a crime scene. Back in 1999, you know, I can understand him being like, oh my God, like trying to answer all these questions. Trying to figure out what's going on with Owen, thinking about contacting the family. I can sort of understand his first reaction not being shut the show down. I can sort of understand. I tried to put myself in his shoes, and I tried to think about how would I react if I was Vince in that moment. And obviously with everything that's been said now, it's so obvious. Of course you would shut it down, because all we've heard for 20 odd years is how disgusting it was that it wasn't shut down. So of course you would shut it down. But actually in the heat of the moment, where you've got people asking you questions and you've got like people around you and you're seeing Owen being took into an ambulance and you're waiting for updates and you're asking people to go and get like his family on the phone, and you've got network executives asking you about what's just happened and was that part of the show. And do you know what I mean? Like, it must have been a madhouse back there. It must have been like a real whirlwind. And for all these years, I've always thought, like, yeah, he should have closed the show. But equally, it's not a stick that I've ever beat Vince with. It's not something that, like, if we look at him being an evil man, like the show must go on type situation. I've never viewed it that way. But I think he did say something in the documentary which did change my mind. I've always viewed it the way that I've worded it. But I think there was something said in the documentary where he did sort of say, like, the show must go on, that just made me go, oh. So it wasn't that you was trying to process it, and it wasn't that you were just in shock, and it wasn't that you was a bit overwhelmed. Like, it was a conscious decision, the show must go on. Like, that for me is where the conversation changes then, you know? And I think the documentary revealed that or showed that to a degree. I'd have to watch that segment of it again. I mean, what I would say is if this is a subject that you're interested in, if this is something which you find interesting, I would say there's lots of obviously documentaries that you can watch on it. There's lots on YouTube you can watch on it, but one of the best places to go would be to go to that Mr. McMahon documentary on Netflix and then see them talk about that. And I found that to be Vince's response to it. I found it to be not what I had always expected or what I had always mentally told myself, you know? So when it comes to like, should he have ended it? Yes. Was he wrong to not end it? Yes. But for 20 odd years, I've always mentally sort of understood, or at least felt I understood why he hadn't, until I saw the documentary, and that really kind of blew my mind, to be honest. So lots to unpack with that one. Macarai said there's reports that Charlotte, Tiffany at Mania we could get. Maybe we get Charlotte back tonight, or maybe they save her for the Rumble. Kim Strains, hello, shout out to you. Jim Gore said I've tagged you in something. Thank you. It's I will watch those clips of the Owen Hart thing being said, but live right now with like copyright issues, it's sadly a no-go. Tony with Baby Barry. Is that Baby Barry? We're ready for SmackDown and we're hoping for the Wyatts. I've got an eye. It is still black in it. There's Tony. Look, that's actually looking worse. No offense, but it really is coming out. It's really come out, hasn't it? And Barry is teething now. There's Baby Barry, the community baby. So Tony, shout out to you. I hope that eye gets better soon, but it looks awful. I mean, you know, you look great, but like it looks like you really did some damage there. So Tony, shout out to you. I know we're not big on video games, but here's an idea. Says Jess. Oh, about bringing in like TNA. They could do it. I mean, I don't know that they'll do it, but they could do it. Bring TNA into the game. I don't think they will. Was anyone charged over Owen's death? It's such negligence. Well, I believe there were. The company, turns out that they didn't give him the proper, is it called a carabiner? And actually the one they used was a quick release one. So it was one that could quite quickly be unhooked so that he was then in the ring, right? And he wasn't, I suppose part of the problem is if you're going to get lowered down from the ceiling, you don't really want to ruin the moment by then having like it take ages to unhook from the harness and everything. So my guess is they probably went with like a quick release so that if you sort of pushed it in, you could very quickly unhook yourself. But of course, the problem is if something pushes that whilst you are descending, then you're going to be unhooked and you're going to fall. And that is kind of what's happened. And I think, was it the documentary that showed that his widow now has the exact carabiner, the exact hook that Owen was attached with when he passed away? I think she shows it in the documentary. So not a great conversation, not a fun subject. I'm trying to think if it's still the darkest moment in WWE history. I think it is. I'm trying to think if there's anything darker than that moment. I mean, we know about Benoit, and that was horrific. Of course it was. It's not really fair to kind of rank them. The only thing I'd say is the Owen one played out on WWE TV, whereas the Chris Benoit one just involved a WWE talent. But like that has to be the darkest moment by a country mile that's ever played out on WWE TV. And then maybe the darkest thing that's involved a WWE talent would be Chris Benoit, you know. But I mean, there's loads of horrific stuff that's happened. WWE has got loads of dark moments, hence why we had Dark Side of the Ring to show a lot of those dark moments off, you know. Psychosia. I mean, our wrath and dispirited is justified through thorn and tisty. False promises guilty, lunatic and cowardly to others. Patience is no longer the key to mercy. This is more than a reckoning. This is a purge. Consequences are inevitable. There's no discharge in war. Look at that jacket. Look at that makeup. Psychosia. I don't know what this is, and I don't know what this means, but as long as you let me live. Shout out to you. Yeah, you do you. You do you. I'm going to put that. There was a video, but I didn't. It might be like, do you know what I mean? Someone having their flesh ripped apart or something, so I didn't play it on the stream. But I have retweeted that. See, this is the problem when you've got such an alluring voice. Yeah, we spoke about this earlier. I am like a Pied Piper for women, but it does tend to be the crazy women. So, Psychosia, shout out to you. 6 have got a high chance of showing up tonight. They do. Bo Murphy Packer said, I would like to have Brock Lesnar come back, but I know that people aren't going to like that. Well, I think people would be fine with it, but I think it would be a case that we just got to get the legal stuff dealt with first. But, you know, if that is found that he wasn't aware and he was all innocent and everything, then... Because, again, you know, the case is that sex trafficking, and he is one of the people that was a beneficiary, or maybe not beneficiary, but a recipient. He received footage, you know, of Janelle Grant. He is very much involved in that case, is what I'm trying to say. So until that's sorted, can't really move forwards. Days, you are the god of the unhinged. Yes, welcome. Maggie, welcome. Right. It was a faulty carabiner. I read somewhere that they were planning to strap Max Mini to his stomach, and the carabiner released when Max Mini was 4 foot from the ring, said Nick Butcher. Oh, I just saw this video. It's not someone having their flesh eaten, but I don't know what... Oh, my God. I don't know what it is.
7, 6, 11, 5, 9 and 20 miles a day, 4, 11, 17, 32 the day before. Boots, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Don't look at what's in front of you. Boots, 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 moving up and down again. Men.
That is that is a song that is I watched a video on this. Don't they play that to army recruits? I think they play that boot song to army recruits to like drive them close to the edge of insanity. It's like it's part of a test. If you go into the army, is listening to that boot song, like there's a deep psychological connection with that song. So, yeah, that's an interesting song choice. That boot song is very interesting. There's if you actually go onto YouTube, you can see like some videos on it. There's more to that boot song than meets the I'm sure it's something to do with army recruits and about like it being used as like mental torture, mental punishment. But Psychosia, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. It's a poem. It's from World War One, said Alex. Yes, you are correct. But I think they play it to army recruits, like as a mental test. Interesting, says Cody. What in the actual was that? I don't know. But I think we are definitely looking at the fringes of this community. Psychosia, have you ever heard of Kojiko? Because I think you'd make such a lovely couple. Could you imagine if Psychosia and Kojiko got together? Oh my god, that would be so lovely. We could have like weird community babies. Shelf Presence said D'Lo Brown breaking Droz's neck and Sid's leg. They were both dark. They were both... Sid's leg break was obviously horrific, but, you know, he recovered from it. But, you know, Droz never recovered from the broken neck, of course. That was horrific for Droz, of course. But that could not have been easy on D'Lo Brown either, could it? I often think that, you know, I mean, like, to a lesser extent, like, how hard has it been for Ridge Holland? Because Ridge Holland knows that he ended Big E's career so far, you know? It's one of those things. It's one of those things. It happened. It's a move that went wrong. There's always a chance of it happening. Ridge has not been, you know, punished for it. He's back in NXT, but there's lots of people that go, you know, Shotzi's back in NXT. There's lots. Cedric's back in NXT. We know that Pete Dunne's, you know, not flying that high on the main roster. So Ridge going back to NXT, I don't think is like a punishment. But yeah, and he's being used pretty well in NXT. But yeah, I do feel sorry for everyone involved with those kinds of things. Uncle Rebel said Jerry Lawler's heart attack was rough. Yes, absolutely. Aseeb said, do we know JBL is going to work with Dolphin TNA? Do we think they'll have something with him coming up on Raw? Well, I think he'll be on commentary, because word on the street is Pat won't be at Raw on Monday because he's doing football. So I put a tweet out about are they trying to turn Pat heel? And the reason why I said that was because it's very interesting timing, you know, for Corey to come out and say, I'm not famous enough to be on commentary, right? That definitely felt like a shot at Pat, yeah? I know that there was also a choice to be made between Wade Barrett and Corey, but I don't think the famous enough thing really fits with Wade as much. It definitely feels like it's a Pat thing, yeah? Definitely feels like that was more aimed at Pat. And then lo and behold, the next Monday, Pat has decided he's going to go and do football instead. I know they're big games. I know we're building to the Super Bowl. But you've got someone that dedicates himself to wrestling. You've got someone that's passionate about wrestling, wanted to be a wrestler his whole life, and couldn't do it because of injury, became a commentator, did everything that was asked of him. They made him a lead commentator when they needed one. He did it. Colour commentary, I think, is great. I've never had an issue with Corey Graves. I think he's always done a good job. I enjoyed him when he was in NXT. I think his partnership with Michael Cole is probably my favourite partnership we've had for a long time. Long time. Maybe going all the way back to like the Jerry Lawler, Michael Cole days, you know? So I look at that and I'm like, well, for Corey to miss out is, you know, disappointing. And for him to apparently be told he's not famous enough is quite shocking. And then lo and behold, Pat now goes and leaves wrestling because he needs to go and do football instead. This is either really, really, really bad timing, right? Really bad timing. Or it's a story and it is a work. And they are kind of like painting Pat out to be a bit of a heel and trying to paint Corey out as being the downtrodden, because that's how it's coming across. That's how it's coming across to me. is, you know, Corey being told you're not famous enough. That's such an interesting thing to be told, isn't it? Such an interesting thing to be told. You're not famous enough. Well, that's not his fault. That's WWE's fault, isn't it? They should have made him more famous. They've got massive social media presence. Make him more famous then. Make him more famous. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening on that front. But it does mean that they've announced JBL is on the show next week. Where does JBL naturally fit on a show? Commentary. He did commentary for years, didn't he? Did it with Michael Cole. So having JBL back on commentary with Michael Cole, if Pat's missing the show, feels like that's where it lands. I've said my thoughts about this story, but apparently I'm mad and I don't know what I'm talking about, says Kelly. Oh, really? Well, I've never said that to you, so I feel like we can talk about it. So what did you claim, Kelly? What did you claim? The poem was also featured in the movie trailer of 28 Years Later. We've got a bit more from Psychosia. Why corrects? You have good brains. We don't want Uncle Howdy to be a coward and a liar now, would we? No. No, we don't want him to be a coward. We want him to come back. I want Howdy back. LS Dub said, it's probably just horrible timing. Pat has been on college football panel this season. Monday is the national championship. That would make sense as to why he's there, but it doesn't make it less bad. Oh, mate, if this is honestly him coming back only to then just a few weeks later go away again when you've got Corey Graves being... Oh, mate. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. James said, this is why I love you. Oh my God, James is finally expressing his love for me. This is what I live for. This is it. Here we go. This is it. Where is it? I was going to read it. Days, this is why I love you. It's the beard, isn't it? It's just the right length. It's not too long, but it's not too short. It's not like wispy, but it's not like you can't imagine not kissing me, James. Is that what it is? Is this it? I'm going to go beard. This is why I love you. You don't back away from any... That's what I thought. That's actually what I thought, yeah, because I don't back away from any conversation. But now with that being said, you are still an arse. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that I basically just said that. That's what I meant. That's what I thought you was going to say, James. Thank you. Hannah said, Days, if you do a Super Bowl stream, maybe we could get on the halftime show rendition. Who's the halftime? Oh, it's Kendrick in it. That is good though. That is good. I don't really know his songs. If he does anything from Good Kid, Mad City on there, I loved that album when it came out. That was the first time I'd heard of him. There's actually a website called Any Decent Music, and if you subscribe to them, it was free. I'm guessing it's still free. They will send you a list each week of like 10 tracks that you need to be aware of. And so I was checking out those 10 tracks each week, because they just pick them from like the hottest new albums, and they're like, you need to hear this, you need to hear that. I remember they had Kendrick Lamar, I think it was Swimming Pool, from Good Kid, Mad City. I remember listening to it. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. I just fell in love with the track as soon as I heard it. That was the first time I'd heard him. Going all the way back to, I want to say like 2012, 2013, something like that. When that album comes. No, it's probably even before that, actually. Oh, no, probably 2012. 2012 would be my guess. And yeah, so they had this thing come out that was like these tracks, and they had Swimming Pool on there. Listened to it, loved it, bought the album, loved it. Good Kid, Mad City is amazing. And then To Pimp a Butterfly came out. Everyone flipping lost their mind over it. I can't get into it. I can't get into it. I need to give it another listen because everyone just acts like it's the greatest album of all time. And it just does not grab me the same way that Good Kid, Mad City grabbed me. Good Kid, Mad City was just had so many songs like that you could listen to in isolation. Each one could be a single. And they were so catchy and they were so good. And I feel like there's a much more of a depth to Pimp a Butterfly. And obviously it's based on like, you know, some serious issues and whatnot. But like, I don't know, for me, I just couldn't get into it as much. So if we did it, I'd be right here for all the Good Kid, Mad City stuff. But a lot of the other stuff would probably just wash over me. And I haven't really followed like his more recent stuff. Apart from obviously the track that he did about Drake that was flipping everywhere. I heard that one. But yeah, I like him. I like him a lot. I like Kendrick Lamar a lot. So that would be a halftime show I definitely would want to see. And who knows, I might hear some tracks I'm not aware of and go, oh, they bang, man. I know Humble as well. That was quite big for him. I can't remember what was on. Was DNA on To Pimp a Butterfly? I can't really remember. I just remember listening to it a few times. I was like, I just cannot get into this album. But yeah, we have done like a Super Bowl stream in the past, largely for the halftime show. We may do it again, largely for the halftime show, but I'm not sure. I don't know. It's not on my radar right now. Eminem would murder Kendrick even on his worst day, said James. An Eminem halftime show would be sick. Imagine that. As long as he only did stuff from like his first 2-3 albums. But that would be awesome. Fitzy said, Days, I'm a Universal Pass holder. If you do come to Orlando for that Wyatt 6 house, we can get together for a drink and check it out. Oh my God. Guys, I've got a date. I've got a date planned. Oh, look. Fitzy. Fitzy's going to treat me right. Where are you taking me, Fitzy? Where are we going? I'm going to get dolled up and you're going to take me to a Wyatt 6 haunted house. Oh, God, Fitzy. You know how to treat a lady. Well, I appreciate the offer, my friend. It is something that I'm interested in looking at, of course, and visiting. I mean, I don't know quite what they'll do for it. I don't know quite how far they'll go. I mean, the Undertaker theming was pretty good, to be honest. I didn't even know about these Halloween house haunted night things. So is it just the house, or do they have like other little bits? Like, will there be a little cart outside selling merch? I would think there would be. I would think that WWE would want to, you know, sell some merch, you know, and have some stuff there. So I don't know. I wonder how big they go with it. I wonder, like, you know, what they actually do. I mean, I'm guessing the Wyatt 6 will probably go. If I'm WWE, I definitely want the Wyatt 6 to go and visit the Wyatt 6 haunted house. So, I mean, that's going to be so much fun, isn't it? Seeing them at Universal. Oh my God, I need to see Nikki Cross on the Hulk roller coaster. I need to see Uncle Howdy. I need to see Uncle Howdy on Jaws, which isn't there anymore. I know, but I just don't know any of the current rides, right? It used to be Jaws. It used to be King Kong. Do you remember that when King Kong was one of the rides? There used to be a Jaws ride. There was a Back to the Future ride, which I think might now be something to do with The Simpsons. But I heard they might be getting rid of The Simpsons land, and I'm gutted about that. Because I went to Florida in April, and I never went to The Simpsons land. Because I was like, oh, it's all right. It'll still be there when I go next time. Apparently not. Apparently not. Apparently they're getting rid of it now. So anyway. WrestleBuzz said, I was at the event where Droz broke his neck. I was young, but I'll never forget when it happened. Was you really? You was at that show? No way, mates. No way. No way. That's crazy. It's crazy to think that you was at that show. I don't know that I've ever spoke to anyone that was at the Owen show. I'm trying to think. We've never done that, have we? That could be a good opinions video. Just like, well, it's not really opinion, but what historic shows were you at? What did you see? What have you seen? What have you seen? With your own eyes, what have you seen? So, wow, that's amazing. You was at that event, buds. Proctor Dill said, F Corey Graves. Days, now is your time for commentary. Here we go. You're right. Grab that brass ring. You could be the voice of WWE UK. You print pounds. Yeah. Let's go. You do realise, though, that if that was to happen, it would probably be the end of this channel. So whenever anyone's like really kind and says that, I always think like, do they subconsciously just want to get rid of this YouTube channel? Is that really what's being said? It's kind of like, I want this channel to go away and I want it to stop, but I'm gonna word it in a way that it sounds like a compliment. You're really good. You are so good at what you do. Have you ever thought about doing something else? That's basically what you've just said. That is basically what you've just... You are so good. Oh my God. How about you do something else? Imagine if you was a waiter or something like that. And then you asked the people at the table after, was the service okay? And they were like, oh my God, yes, we had such a good time. Thank you so much. But just one final thing. Have you ever thought about doing a different job? Have you ever thought about doing something else? You did say I was good at this though, yeah? The Jimmy J said, what are we thinking from the 6th tonight? Are we going to get a vignette? Are we going to get an in-person appearance? Will Howdy return? I'm not thinking anything crazy just because my hopes have been raised and dashed so many times that I don't want to raise them again. So I will be disappointed if we get nothing. If there is absolute zip, zilch, nothing on offer, I will be disappointed, right? But I don't think that's going to happen. It could be, though, that we end up getting just a little video package or something like that. We do need to be mentally ready for that to be the case. So it could be that we just get a little video package. But honestly, there's a chance that the group are there. There is a definite chance that the group make their presence felt on this show tonight. And the reason why I say that is because the official Twitter account has been putting out a few tweets. And they were very clear on Monday that the Wyatts had moved to SmackDown. And so it kind of felt like they wanted us to know SmackDown is where this group's going to be. Then, of course, we've had some tweets. And so now it does very much feel like they're going to make their presence felt. A lot of people are looking at the show going, well, where would be the most likely landing spot? And we know that Solo is on the show. We know that Solo is in a faction. He's coming off the loss to Roman. They're a bit directionless. So, yeah, feels like it's right there for them, isn't it? It's right there for them. So I'm thinking that's the direction we will head in. But there was no rumour of that. It was meant to be Judgment Day next. So did Judgment Day move over? You know, do they come over? Do Final Testament move over? We'll have to wait and see. Right, Cameron Wrestling says, I am a big TNA fan. I'll watch the stream on Sunday, and if I can help, I'll make some notes for the matches so that you can give some more info. Well, Cameron, awesome. Yeah, that would be brilliant. Jump in, say hello, share your thoughts, let people know what they should be looking out for, because honestly, I ain't going to do it. I don't know. So I'll just be... honestly, I have no expectations for that stream. It's a very, very chilled stream. It is literally just... yeah, here we go. What we doing? What are we watching? Are we going to get any NXT stuff? That's what I'm looking for. So when it comes to like the Ace Austin stuff, you know, what they've achieved, what they're trying to achieve, how long the feud's been going for, if they're going to have a good 2025, if they're on the way out, if they were popular but they're not that popular anymore, you know, just little bits like that I think the community would appreciate. But to be honest, there's probably a lot in the community that already know. It's probably just me. Probably just need to bring me up to speed. But yeah, it'll be interesting. Might be a bit different rather than me sitting here having read all about, like, you know, like I do. I read about WWE all day, every day. But I don't know anything about TNA. Kian said, Days, imagine you and Michael Cole on commentary. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Honestly, I wouldn't, because I would be hypocritical. It would be same as like if they came and said, do you want a match? I would turn it down, and I would honestly turn it down. Unless it was like at NXT. If it was down at the NXT level, then maybe that would be something that I'd be like, But like, I don't want to take no spots away from no one on the main roster. I don't want to take up any spots up there, you know? It'd be very hypocritical for me to moan about the celebrities that do that, and then I would go in and do that. So, plus also, I ain't doing that, right? You've got to have skills. And at no point have I even agreed that I have the skills. But, yeah, no, I think what we should do is appreciate that I'm brilliant at this. We should appreciate how good I am here, and that I'm a big, strong boy, and I'm very special, just like my mum says. And we should appreciate that, and we should love that, and we should not look for me to do anything else. Yeah, how about that? Yeah. I'm a big, brave boy, and I'm very good at doing this. Thank you. I'm glad we all agree, and now we can move on. So, we have got just a minute or so to go until we get to this week's Smackdown. Oh my God, that's a big screen. Is that a big screen? That looks like a really big screen. How big is that screen? It looks huge. How big's my head now? Wow, imagine that in a cinema. Oh my God, I can actually, there's a slight delay. I can see myself doing what I'm doing. Oh God, look at the wrinkles. Look at the flipping wrinkles. That's what a 21-year-old looks like, kids. Oh. 22 is just around the corner. Just around the corner. That was actually quite horrifying. When I stopped doing it and I could see the slight delay, I was like, oh my God. That's probably put a lot of people off their dinners. Right, Defcon said, you just scored Andre Chase, Thea Hale, Solo Sikoa, Caden Carter, Basic Figs with the new leg articulation. Andre Chase is awesome looking. Oh, so you just managed to get some new Basic Figs, Defcon. Just scored Andre Chase, Thea Hale, Solo Sikoa, Caden Carter. I would want, yeah, I'd want the Caden Carter. Does she do that bit? It'd be great if they made a figure where you press the button and she does that. That would be great. Cowards. Right, here we go. We are underway. We are in San Diego. Tiffy time. Little kid holding up the championship belt. Oh, look at these perps backstage. Around the women's locker room area. Muhammad Ali fought in that venue, apparently. So they're talking about how John Jones defended his title in that building. Muhammad Ali competed in that building. Wade Barrett said tonight it will be Tiffy time. There she is. Tiffany Stratton. Tiffany taking on Bayley. Tonight we're backstage. Did that truck just have Alicia Fox, Triple H, and Shawn Michaels on it? It's random, innit? Random. Wade has no notes. Big Jim. Big Jim. Big Jim. Carmelo Hayes. Boos for Carmelo as he is seen backstage. Lots of artwork on the walls, like I'm guessing musicians that have appeared in this building. Who's coming out? Oh, okay. It's going to be Ray. There's Ray. Is he going to come out on his own? That would be great. Yeah, man. Rey Mysterio opening the show and coming out on his own. San Diego's own WWE Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio. This is great. Yeah, man. Bringing him out on his own. An all-time lucha legend. I can see Roxanne Costin Bayley, says Macarice. I agree. I can see that as well. Yeah, brilliant. Rey Mysterio getting into the ring. Getting some spotlight on his own. There he is. Arms in the air. Great reaction. I hope there's something juicy for him here. I don't know where this is going, actually. He's kind of been involved in a bit of a feud with Kofi and New Day. It's kind of been something like that. Maybe the Wyatts go after Ray, said Kelly the Wise Lady. Very controversial opinion. I no longer like Cora Jade due to her transphobia comments, said Opala's Travels. Smile on the face of Ray. Keep Penta away from the LWO. He does not need to be in that stinky faction, says Pooh. 619. That's an area code, is it not? Of San Diego. Welcome. Welcome to Friday Night Smackdown. He's got a real smile on his face. This is the home of the 619. Where's this going? Where's this going? I would love for Ray and Penta someday, said Christopher, for them to work together, maybe tag team champs. Cameron said, is it cool if I write out notes for TNA and send it on Twitter instead of sending multiple super chats? Yeah, that's fine. Don't need to spend too long on it though, but I don't want this to be a job for you. I'm sure I could find an article with like a preview. But I'll take your thoughts. Rey has announced for the Royal Rumble. Rey Mysterio comes out and announces he will be in the 2025 Royal Rumble. Royally Rumble. ...2006 Royal Rumble winner. I think I was about 2 years old then. And he became the World Heavyweight Champion at WrestleMania 22. God. I'm going to be realistic. The competition is heavy. Drew, CM Punk, cheer for Punk. Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, John Cena, big cheer for John. It's lovely hearing from Rey, and Rey being out there on his own. I won in 2006 and I did it for a friend. Big Eddie chants. Oh, Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens coming to interrupt the Canadian Dream shirt. I love his shirt. I love his shirt. I love his shirt. I want to see it. Show me it. The Canadian Dream, son of a security system technician. It's just like the American Dream, son of a plumber, but just a little bit more personal to Kevin Owens. Son of a security systems technician. Gotta love him, man. You gotta love him. You gotta love Kevin. So he's come out. He's still carrying that Winged Eagle belt. There's a lot of people in this industry that I respect. There's no one in this industry I respect more than you, says Kevin. King Yeti said they are in California. Hit Seth Rollins music. King Yeti NMO. Shout out to you. He calls Sammy his then best friend. Then. Yep. Look at that belt. Oh my God. I stand here as the true, rightful WWE champion, says Kevin. Oh. He says that he has never stepped into the ring and had a one-on-one match with Rey. Man to man. This is great from Kevin. He's acting as if he's going to be champ at WrestleMania. Promise me that I will be the champion you pick. So that I can have my dream match. It's good, that. So Kevin has come down, confronted Ray. He's asking Ray, pick me when you win the Rumble. You know I'm about challenges. But you're not the champion. Oh my God. He's not going to appreciate that. Cody is the champion. Oh my God. He's really not going to appreciate that. If I win the Rumble and you win, I will more than gladly face you. I am the champ, says Kevin. Cody has got you brainwashed. Chill, Kev. You're acting delusional. You remind me of my son Dominic. Here we go, we got a brawl. Rey Mysterio, Kevin Owens. Oh, drop kick there. By Ray. Kevin gets out the ring. Ray was going for that 619. Wasn't to be. I'm not like Dominic. How dare you? That really bothered him. Ooh, son of a... Well, there we go. Not bad. That was all right. I'm guessing that might set up a match or something. We've been calling for Ray to be kind of on his own, presented this way. So, take that. No lead on who attacked Jade. Backstage with Bianca and Naomi. I'm so sorry. Yeah. They were in the same match, weren't they? We're going to get some get back on Candice and Nia. What's happening? So Naomi says to Bianca, wrap her up. Like, don't have that thing swinging around. I've had the same thing said to me. Nia Jax making her way out now. Days, Wyatt has Bryn done dirty with the community, and he is now holding a hideous toy belt. Oh, shots fired. Shots fired. J2Day said, why not make 2 sets of women's tag champs, one for each brand? It would show more spotlight on the women's division. Make the 2-night debut of SummerSlam a weekend of champions. I think we've struggled with time, and we've struggled with having enough time to even showcase the one tag champs we've got, so I don't think really up until this point there's been an opportunity to have to. Maybe now that Raw has gone to 3 hours and SmackDown has gone to 3 hours, there is now an opportunity. But we do know that SmackDown is going to go back to 2 hours in like May, June. So it's a time thing. Bianca and Naomi versus Candice and Nia. Oh my god. Oh my god. Candice and Nia. There we go. Even if it does set up a match between Ray and Kevin, what's the purpose Oh, I don't know. How about happiness? Yeah? How about that? How about joy? Yeah? Is that not good enough for you, LS Dub? Happiness, joy, smiling, enjoyment, laughter. Yeah? These are things that don't operate in your world. Huh? That would be the purpose. To make us happy. What's it playing into? Our hearts. Is it just something for KO to do? Yes. Hopefully this will get clearer. LS Dub, thank you. Days, would you challenge Ludwig for Tiffany's love? She seems high maintenance, to be honest. She seems high maintenance. Do you know what I mean? You've got to like feed her, water her, walk her, all that stuff. So, like, probably not. Probably not. Steve, shout out to you. Sending in 10 Wrestling Days memberships. Appreciate it, my friend. Appreciate it. And they have already been snapped up. So, Steve, thank you, my friends. Very kind. I've always said I think that's like, you know, one of the most generous things that you can do. So the pressure is on me to make sure that members side has got some good stuff going on. And I think it does. So, Steve, shout out to you. Just when I thought we would see less of Nia, she's now on both shows, said Stray Cats. Sam said, nothing has been confirmed about Nia on Raw. That is true. That is true. We don't know that she is. I think Michael Cole made it clear, didn't he, on commentary that it's not confirmed that she is now definitely going to be on Raw. Right now, we've just got the Street Profits and B-Fab just like slow-mo doing all this kind of stuff. There's Roman. That's all we've got whilst you have commercials in America. Right here, John Kane! It's gonna be Kane. Days is gonna go heel talking that smack, said John Kane. John Kane, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. I'm trying to think what stuff I'm turning heel with. Oh, what? Standing up to LS Dub. Why is LS Dub loved? Is LS Dub like the Cody Rhodes of the community? Do you know what? He probably is, actually. LS Dub probably is the Cody Rhodes of the community. What would that make me? That would make me the final boss. That would make me the Rock. Yes! I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Rob said, you miss one feed-in and she is squirking. It's Tiffy time. It's Tiffy time. Like, you have to remember to feed her. Rob knows. Rob knows. Okay, we're backstage with Nick and Ray tonight. It's Ray and Kevin tonight. Yes. Here's Cody. Here's LS Dub. I saw what happened. I would have been there. I've handled it, says Ray. I promise I'll leave something for you at the Rumble. Well, there we go. Cody just coming out the trainer's room. Clean bill of health. An addendum. What are the crowd chanting? Ugh. Okay, so Cody said he'll sign the contract once Kevin signs the contracts. There's a bit of a storyline here, which I don't mind at all. So, okay, but there we go. We're going to get Kevin against Ray. Nia and Candice are in the ring. Here's Naomi coming down. Your tribal chief. Shout out to you. Nathan, shout out to you as well, buds. Never forget, Hulk Hogan wrestled 1,350 days in 1 year for you. For you ungrateful people. Love that. Give the man his flowers, you cowards. That is true. We were looking at that on an Unseen the other day. He actually claimed he wrestled 400 days in a year. And obviously there's only 365 days in a year. But he said because he was going from Japan and back, like the time difference meant he was able to fit in those extra days. So good. So good. Your tribal chief. Thank you, my friend. I mean, how long does it even take you to get from Japan to America? I mean, how many days do you lose just flying? How do you gain days by doing that? When you're flying, surely you end up losing days. But you're right. Show some respect, you cowards. Hogan wrestled 1,350 days in 1 year for you. Nathan, again, firing in a Wrestling Days membership. Appreciate it, dudes. Word of Wrestling said, I feel Triple H just switches ideas if he doesn't like the reaction. LS Dub said, sometimes there are 366 days in a year. That is true. That is true. I think we would have been all right if he'd have claimed that he had wrestled 366 days. That would have been fine. No questions asked them. But the 400-day claim was a bridge too far. MXXS said, I don't want to be MXXS anymore, so I'm leaving it for a new name suggestion. Days can pick his favourite, and I will change it to that name. That might be one of the stupidest things you've ever said. To be honest, you're going to let the community change your new profile name. What if it's got, like, the word dong in it? Think about that. What if there's a dong in it? Eh? I do agree, though. MXXS is not... I would say it's not optimal. I think it could be changed to something a little better. Did you see the sign that said, why did The Rock break kayfabe? No! There's a sign that said, why did The Rock break kayfabe? Oh my God, that's such a great sign. Send me a picture. Send me a picture. I did not see that. Why did The Rock break kayfabe? Oh, no, I didn't see it. There's just stupid OTC signs. An American Nightmare sign. Hi, Mommy. No, I want to see that other one. Why did The Rock break kayfabe? Keep up there by Bianca. John said, let's do a poll. Yeah, but I don't know what should be in it. I'm going to let the community debate about what the new name should be, and then I'll put the 4 most popular into a poll. I'm happy to do that. Mackenzie said, don't feed Tiffy after midnight. She will multiply. Okay. That might not be a bad thing. Drop kick there by Bianca. Nia goes to the outsides. Boot there by Candice. Do a poll for the rename, said Jason. Yeah, I'm happy to do it. Just need to see some name suggestions gaining a bit of traction. Candice is thrown to the outsides. So there we go. Candice thrown on top of Nia. And are we going to go to commercial? We are. We are. I want to see that sign that James spoke about. It looks like we're going to stay with the action. Bianca is in the ring. Ooh. Former WWE star Lindsay Dorado was at an NXT live event tonight. That's interesting because we spoke about that yesterday on Unseen. About how there were rumours that had done the round. I think it was Billy that tagged me in it. Ah, there it is. Why did The Rock break Kate? Was it written by a 5-year-old? Oh my God. Greatest sign I have seen in ages. Why am I shouting it? Greatest sign I have seen in ages. And I did laugh. I did, so I'm allowed to put laughing faces like that. And when I laughed, I don't know if you noticed, but I did kind of tilt my head to the side, so I am allowed to use it. I got to give my thanks. It was James that told me about it. And I think, wasn't it Gio the Theo that just tagged me in it? There we go. You're going to get bombarded in notifications now. Amazing. Was it Gio? Oh, there's my big boomer face. Oh my God, that's like my new album cover. Oh, yes. Guys, I got a new album on the way. It's called My Truth. Wrestling Days, My Truth. And that's the cover. Look at that. Oh my God. I don't know why. My face looks like a cactus. I get cactus vibes. It's not as sharp as it looks, you know. It's not sharp at all. But it does look a bit sharp. It does look like it would hurt a little bit. That's my truth. My truth is it doesn't hurt as much as it looks like it might do. Right, we've got Bianca in there with Candice at the moment. Was it Gio? Or have I... Yeah, it was Gio. Okay. I've been tagged in it a couple of times, so I was like, did I credit the right person? I mean, not that I would care. It'd be hilarious if I gave credit to the wrong person. Bianca's still down. Candice in control. Did you see Mattel reveals? No. Are there any new superstars? Don't tell me that line has ended. Wrestle with Andy. Are there new WWE superstars? Walmart exclusive WWE superstars. Okay, sound has gone. I think we're about to go back. Right now, we've got Bianca on her hands and knees. Roll up there. Candice goes down. I'm going to have nightmares of that face, said Serial Killer. Do you know, you are not the first person to say that. Candice goes up in the corner, perched. Ready to crossbody. Down goes Bianca. Rolls through. We've had half an hour of this show already. And right now, Candice grabbing a hold of Bianca's hair. Naomi wants the tag, back elbow. Candice goes down. Candice again grabs the hair of Bianca. And down they go. Days, your close-up shows how stunning youthful you are, and you'll soon be 22, said Mr. B. I was actually quite disappointed because there's a lot more wrinkles than I've ever noticed before. So actually, I felt the reverse. I felt like it showed that I'm an aging boomer. But that's okay. It means I'm not a fake boomer. It means I'm a real boomer. 1, 2. Okay, in comes Nia. Days, are there any further predictions? Nah. Not now that we're on the show. Watch it play out. Against the ropes. Ah, big splash there by Nia on the shoulders. Bianca, Samoan drop. Lovely work by Nia. I'm glad that Candice is getting TV time, said JM. She was literally fantastic in NXT. The match with Io still has a place in my heart. Lindsay Dorado wrestled today, said Millennial. Yes, we just saw that. Just saw that. The Rock officially added into a WrestleMania 41 video package. I don't know how newsworthy that is. There is a video that just shows some clips from... Yeah. To be honest, I don't ever massively look at that and make too much out of it. But it is true, he is in there. Okay, Nia down, Bianca going over, tag made. Oh, kick there by Naomi. Naomi goes up. Oh my God! Planted Nia, that looked great. 2. Oh, mate, that was so good. Naomi just came over, planted Nia face first. We're going to see a replay of this. Oof. In the corner goes Nia. Naomi goes up, looking for the split leg. Gets it. 1, 2. Candice makes the save. Candice makes the save. Candice, oh, step up enziguri. Candice goes down. Rolls out the ring. Naomi makes the tag to Bianca. Right now we've got Bianca. We got Naomi. Ooh, back elbow. Headbutt there by Nia. Oh, Samoan drop. Naomi goes down. Right now we've got Bianca down. We got Naomi down. It's Nia that's starting to come back against the ropes. No joy. Spear. Spear by Bianca. Bianca hitting a spear on Nia. Nia down. Bianca against the ropes. Oh. Drop kick by Candice. Oh. Into a senton. This match just pretty bonkers action as Nia sentons down and it looks like Candice going for the pin. Kick out by Bianca. Kick out by Bianca. Look at this. Look at that from... Oof. Nia crashing down on Bianca. Days with Bradshaw announced for the next Raw show. His announcing was funny when he started shooting back when SmackDown. He was disgusted with Vito wearing a dress. That's a long time ago, but... looking for a spinebuster. Oh, Candice didn't take that very well. Against ropes goes Bianca. Oh, lands on Candice. 1. Oh, no! Nia! Leg drop onto Candice! Oh my God, look at Candice! Look at Candice selling that. She's like... she's lost the ability to breathe. Nia with a leg drop on Candice. Naomi rolls her over. 1, 2. And she's deaded. Candice is deaded. It's a... That, do you know what? It was a bit of a throwaway thing, but it was fun for what it was. Oh. Let's go. I think if you're like someone that's a passionate fan, whatever. Whatever. But if you're someone that's like pretty new to wrestling, I think you would have really enjoyed that. Got like miscommunications and all this kind of stuff. Where's that dude with that sign? He should hold it up loud and proud. Okay, coming up tonight, we got Jimmy Uso against Carmelo. Rey Mysterio, Kevin Owens. I'm glad that Candice wasn't beaten, said Dale. Candice was squashed like a fly. Sadie, hello. Shout out to you. I hope you're well. Are we going? Oh, March 1st. Oh, here we go. Elimination Chamber. John Cena's last time in Toronto. There we go. John Cena's final time in Toronto. That's probably not true. He'll probably go there again. But not sure he's going to wrestle. I'm glad the Wyatt Six have come to SmackDown. I've realised tonight the roster isn't that great or big, said Word of Wrestling. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so we know that on Tuesday, the 28th, we're going to be getting Bianca and Naomi against Lash and Jakara. Tuesday, 28th. So not this Tuesday, but the Tuesday after. We are building towards that match. Metal Mama, thank you. Bum, bum, bum. Do we think we'll see the Wyatts? I think so. Yes, I think so. Pointless win for Bianca. Days, Meta Girls against Naomi Bianca. NXT, January 28th. Thank you, Vic. Okay, we're at commercial break at the moment. Wyatt's still won't get used, said James. There could be some truth to that. They hopefully there isn't. Yeah, people are loving No DQ has picked up on that sign now. Why did The Rock break kayfabe? What a brilliant. He doesn't look that old. I mean, he might be like in his 80s and he might just look young like me. But it doesn't look that. But well done. I'm going to say young man. Well done, young man. You actually, you know what I mean? You didn't just go along with a, Cody Rhodes sign. You've actually come up with something very, very creative. Very creative. Very good. We need a new WWE faction to attack the Wyatt Six once they reappear. I've got a major crush on EO, says Jonathan. Well, Jonathan, I actually spoke to EO last time I was in America. And I asked her how she felt about you. She doesn't like you. Sorry, mate. She doesn't like you. Nothing personal. You're just not her type, so, you know. Hannah said, Days, more predictions for this year. Balor is going to win a world title. AEW Fight Forever 2, Electric Carnaloo, will be voted the worst video game this year. Is there going to be a new one? They probably should do a new one because I think they've got the foundation for something now. But that's what I heard, was that it was a foundation and it didn't feel like it was like fleshed out. It didn't feel like it was fully fleshed out. So, like, perhaps if they came out with, like, a new one and they expanded on it, perhaps it would be the game people were hoping for. Why did Days break kayfabe, said John. Good question, John. Good question. Maybe that'll be next week's sign. Byron Saxton caught up with Bayley. Let's see what Bayley's got to say. There she is, look. There she is. She's got a jacket on that says 85. Was that the year she was born? Probably not. You're going to challenge Tiffany for her championship. Sold out in her home state. This night is huge for me, says Bayley. I like this. I like the fact it's the main event. I like the fact we're building it up. We don't know that Roxanne is going to get involved, but we feel like she probably is. I always felt like I was winning by the skin of my teeth. I felt my reign was cut short. We're just seeing her losing the title at SummerSlam. I really don't mind this. It's making our main event feel a little bit bigger. Have we heard any news about TikTok? Has it been saved or anything? Do we know? Nothing upsets me more than biscuits, said Dortnight, that break in the packet. I remember when it took Hit Tea to dismantle them. Dortnight, sorry to hear of your struggles. It's George Kittle. Right, she's a big fan of George Skittles, guys. She loves Skittles. Okay, we're backstage with Meechin and B-Fab. Oh, no. Who's walked in? It's all clear. Yeah. It's all clear. Bring her in. So there's Piper Niven as Secret Service. Here's Chelsea. We got Meechin. We got B-Fab. If it wasn't for your mall cop. One more step towards the champ and it'll be your last. I like her in this role. I want her to have shades. Like, and a hat. I suppose she has got shades. Was she wearing the shades when she came in, though? I like Piper in that role. I like her in that security service role. I think it's clever. Oh, is this Jim? Is this Big Jim? Big Jim? I'm proud of the Yeet Man. Big Jim is him. I just can't get over the music. I'm sorry. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Jimmy Pimpernel. Right. Let's go. Samir said, I just got owned on Instagram by Carrion. I love him, but I'm an Uncle Howdy guy. I love you, bro. Well, I don't know what that's in relation to. Oh, Samir said, I love you, bro, but the Wyatt 6 got you scared. Your comment reads as a failed coping mechanism. We beat the shiz out of them twice and they stopped coming to work. You need new role models. Try Superman or Turbo Man. They'll never let you down. I'll put it in the community folder. Samir, shout out to you. Okay, WWE shop. Advert. Mackenzie said B-Fab called Piper Paul Blart Mall Cop. Very good. I love that for her. Not being Paul Blart, but that gimmick, I think there's some legs to it. Do you smell what Big Jim is cooking? Do we think the Wyatt 6 could go after Solo? They could do, yes. They could do. Love that. Right, Supreme Court is leaving TikTok in Trump's hands. Oh, is that the latest? Yeah, I meant to look at that. I just saw it was trending. TikTok CEO has responded to uphold the ban. So the ban is being upheld. So the TikTok CEO has responded.
Hi everyone,
What's this?
Joe here. As you know, we have been fighting to protect the constitutional right to free speech for the more than 170 million Americans who use our platform every day to connect, create, discover, and achieve their dreams. On behalf of everyone at TikTok and all our users across the country, I want to thank President Trump for his commitment to work with us to find a solution that keeps TikTok available in the United States. This is a strong stand for the First Amendment and against arbitrary censorship. As we've said, TikTok is a place where people can create
God, you boomer. Just get to the point. What's
discover new
happening?
interests, and express themselves, including over 7 million American businesses who earn a living and gain new customers. One who has used TikTok to express to all American users. Thank you. We'll do everything in our power to ensure our platform thrives as your online home for limitless creativity and discovery.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm someone that uses TikTok. I'm not someone that wants to see it go away. But it was quite clear you had to find a buyer, and you haven't done that. So, you know, America did say, okay, you need to sell the platform because we don't kind of trust the ownership. And they've gone, yeah, right, not done anything, not done that. And now everyone's panicking because we're literally a few days away. It is a bit weird, isn't it? It is a little strange how they're like, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure TikTok still... Yeah, but you could have sold it. That was in your power. You could have met people and found a sale, couldn't you? What's going down in J. Cargill Town? You sure? You sure? What does that mean? What's going on? Forget TikTok. No one cares. What's this mean? You sure? That was at 1:43. Was that when Bayley was on? Did Bayley do it? What if it turns out Bayley attacked Jade? You sure? What does that mean? Metal Mama's like eyes emoji, rolling her eyes emoji, but then what does that mean? Metal Mama, how... Can we just take a walk on Metal Mama's emotions? She was like that, yeah? Then she went to... Oh my God. Yeah, that's eye roll emoji. So you've gone from being shocked to then going, oh my God. And then you went back to being shocked again. How does this make any sense, Metal Mama? You went, huh? Huh? Is that what happened? Because that's what these emojis are telling me. You went shocked into kind of getting over it to then go back to being shocked again. Metal Mama, explain this. This makes no sense. Walk me through this journey of emotion you went on. How does this add up? Do better. Right, here's Carmelo. Carmelo making and then she tagged me in it. I went, uh-oh. Mate, you're all over the road. You're all over the road. Get out the road. Big Jim's in the ring. Roman's going to the Rumble. Jay's got a World Heavyweight Championship match. What have you got? You want to take shots at me? Big Jim. Oh, that's a great line. That is a great line. How are you going to take shots at me when you're sitting on the bench? That's a great line. That is so good. How are you going to take shots at me when you're sitting on the bench? Joe says, Mello said he doesn't miss, but he's had some. All right, Joe. Gods. You ain't got to be so harsh. Johnny tagging me in it as well. Appreciate it, bud. We are underway with match number 2. Big Jim. Big Jim versus Carmelo. Should be a good little match, this. Oh! Big Jim going for a super kick. Imagine if Vince was still running the show. He would literally change Jimmy's name to Jim. Wrestle Dandy, did you answer me about those figures? Are there new WWE Superstar figures? You probably did, and I probably didn't see it, but I'm going to act like you didn't. I'm going to act like you ignored what was a very reasonable question on my behalf. Big Jim over by the ropes. Carmelo coming over. Chop coming in. Could she be referring to Naomi or Bianca? Maybe she's saying they don't know who attacked her, in her opinion. Maybe. Can't rule anything out. Watch the pig. Possible Huskus picture. Possible Huskus picture. Yes. It looks like it. I don't know, actually. It does look a bit Huskusy in the background there, doesn't it? But it's on like a framed picture, so I don't know. I can't make it out. It does look quite husky. That's a good spot, that is. That's a good spot. I've retweeted that, my friends. You've done very well with spotting that. I'm trying to think, though, why would they take a picture of the Wyatt 6 and put a picture up backstage? Why would they do that? My first thought was, is it a van? But I don't think it's a van. Through the ropes, Big Jim lands onto Carmelo. Big Jim in control as we go back to commercial break. And almost done with an hour. MXXS said, right, what are the name suggestions? So we've got People's Boomer, Babyface Boomer, Boomerface, and the final Boomer. Or Boomer Jacks. Oh no, I can only fit 4 in. Boomer Jacks. People's Boomer, Babyface Boomer, Boomerface, Final Boomer, or Boomer Jacks. What? Okay. People's Boomer. Babyface Boomer. I'm torn between dropping one of those, to be honest. Boomer Jacks is nice and short. Rolls off the tongue, so I don't mind Boomer Jacks. Boomer Jacks. Final Boomer. Pretty short. Final Boomer. Boomerface is also short. Babyface Boomer is a bit wordy. People's Boomer. Babyface Boomer. People's Boomer. I don't know. I'm torn between those two. Babyface Boomer. People's Boomer. People's Boomer. Babyface Boomer. I'll go People's Boomer. Babyface is longer than People's. I'm the one that's got to read it. So, Boomer Jacks, Final Boomer, Boomerface, People's Boomer. I think People's Boomer is my least favourite because it's a bit wordy. People's Boomer. But it's still not bad, is it? So, there we go. We'll see what your new name is going to be. Those are the options. Samir said, I didn't intend on it, but the Carrion fans are coming after me. I'm also a fan. I was just trying to keep it kayfabe. Elbow drop there by Carmelo. That's not true, Samir. You sent me a DM saying that Karrion Kross sucks. And he's the worst wrestler ever. Carrion's responded. Oh my god, this is so weird. Like, here, look, I've just got this from Samir. Wrestling Days, I didn't intend on it, but the Carrion fans are coming after me. I'm also a fan. I was just trying to keep it kayfabe. I'm sorry, Cross fans, right? So that's what Samir has said. My response was to allege that he had actually said that Karrion Kross sucked. And then I just scroll up a little bit and there's Karrion. Karrion said, it's all good. I'm 99% black coffee, 5% sarcasm, and 5% dry humour. Oh, hang on, 0.5. I was going to say, I'm not sure the maths are mathing. I don't think the maths are mathing, but they are when you actually learn to read. So 0.5 sarcasm, 0.5 dry humour, 99% black coffee. Oh my God, I can so sympathise. I can so sympathise. I feel like I'm 99% sarcasm and 1% black coffee. And that's... well, I feel like I'm made up of the exact same things as Karrion Kross, but just maybe slightly different percentages. Because there's no way I'm only 0.5% sarcasm. That's a lot higher for me. That's a lot higher for me. There we go. Karrion Kross reaching out to Samir, saying, it's all right, bud. It's all right. That's not what I did. I said that Samir had said that Karrion sucked. If ever you give me the option of making a situation better or worse, I'll always choose worse. Couple of back elbows there by Jimmy. Metal Mama said, when Jade posted You Sure, I think it was these four that were on screen. So Metal Mama has done some investigation work and she is under the impression that it was Chelsea, Piper, Meacham, B-Fab that were on screen when Jade sent that message. Right, John said 99% troll, 1% heel. Yes. Oh, I love this. What are you lot made up of? Are you like Karrion? Are you made up of 99% black coffee, 0.5% sarcasm, and 0.5% dry humour? What are you made up of? Wrestle Night, I'm going to change my name from MXXS. Yeah, that's going to be so much better. It is going to be so much better. Oh, double clothesline. Carmelo goes down. So does Big Jim. Christopher said, did you ever have a nickname? Maybe Wonder Days. I never, ever had a nickname. James said, Emma Raducanu just got absolutely destroyed. She lost 6-1 and 6-love. Oh. Well, that's that. That's that done. Okay. It's always hard for me to know when we're back from a commercial break and when I should be really paying attention again. I suppose it's like all the time, but kick there by Big Jim. Carmelo goes down. James said, I'm made of 100% give no Fs. That is true. I'm 20% evil, 20% goods, 20% a-hole, 20% introvert, and 20% sexy, said serial killer. These are good. I like these. Hawkins Jr. said, I'm 100% pure dynamite. The Who review said, I'm 99% perv and 1% pop. I like that. D. Strebel said, I'm 99% tea, 0.5% sarcasm, and 0.5% bacon fries. Really? What, do you always put bacon on your fries? Oh, beautiful Samoan drop. None of us are any percent like WWE fan, which is bad. Shouldn't like the amount of wrestling we watch, I'm pretty sure some of it should be WWE fan. Actually, even Karrion didn't say that any percent of him was a wrestling fan. Karrion Kross is a fake fan. Breaking news, fake fan. Karrion Kross is a fake fan. He says he's 99% black coffee, 0.5% dry humor and 0.5% sarcasm, which leaves 0% wrestling fan. 1, 2, Carmelo, shoulder up by Big Jim. Metal Mama said, I am 100% awesome. Sonny said, I'm 100% made up of Timmies. That is true. There might be a little bit of tarot card in there, but a little bit of tarot card, little bit of poetry. This is awesome, chant has broken out, you know. Bacon fries, they're snacks. Oh, yes, you're right. I remember them now. They're like the crisps that taste of bacon. Oh, what, you love them, do you? Big Jim with a super kick. Oh, kick out by Carmelo. John said, I'm half man, half machine, half alien. That's a lot of halves. That's a lot of halves, buds. Defcon said, do we think the USA will have a Toys R Us type chain? Like the Canadian Toys R Us or Smith's? I'm not sure you'll get Smith's. Smith's been around for quite a while and you've not had them yet. So, never say never. I mean, there's always a need for a toy chain. I actually don't know why Toys R Us struggles. You would think, I know that people buy toys online, but you've got to think kids love going and looking at toys. How do kids not drag parents to that shop and that allows it to have good footfall? Here we go. Jimmy is perched. Crowd making some noise though because is that Jacob? Jacob standing over. Look at him. Oh, there's Tama. Okay, this could be interesting. They're attacking on Jimmy. Here we go. We want the Wyatts. Jacob and Tama. Oh, my God. Who's going to be able to hang with Jacob, though, if we do get the Wyatts? Who's going to deal with Jacob? Over. DDT. Jimmy down. Jacob, middle of the ring, stares at the camera, looks over at Tama. Jimmy has just been murked. And kicks coming in. I don't think the murking is ending. Now Carmelo's coming over. Oh, hello, Carmelo. OTC is the... Oh, boom! Carmelo gets taken out by Jacob. Oh, they're going back to him. They've got him in the corner. Here's Jacob again. Boom! It's a destruction. Look at Jacob. Loud OTC chants. That's going to bring out Solo. It never brought out the Wyatts, but it did bring out Solo. Lovely red suit. Lovely red jacket. We've still not seen acknowledging, have we? We've still not... I love you, Solo. He didn't do it there just either. Commercial break, kids. This is going to be big. Final Boomer! That's your new name, buds. That is your new name. You are the Final Boomer. Oh my God, look, we've got Solo making his way down to the ring. I've got exclusive footage. Solo coming down. I think Carmelo has just been helped out the ring by the referee. I've not seen any superstars, but there's a great Muta Ultimate. I want superstars. Better not be the end of that line. I'll be livid. Taking it off. Big Bronson reads like, oh, so you're calling him Big Jim now, are you? Oh, that's interesting. Big Jim, is he? Checking it out. Okay, so we've got Solo in the ring. There's almost been an instant calming effect. There is no I love you, Solo. It's none of that, mate. It's none of that. Taking it off. Okay, Solo in the ring. He's got a microphone. This segment with Solo is what I've been waiting for. Let's go. Boos raining down. Solo in the ring. A lot of people wondering if this is where the Wyatt Six are going to make their presence felt. What is Solo going to say? Shut the hell up when Solo is speaking. Still. We're going to leave the same way the Chargers left this dusty-ass city. I don't like Jacob using like a cheap sports reference. It's cheap heat, that. Oh, it wasn't on the show. Oh, it wasn't. I thought that was on the show. Oh, that makes more sense now. I was like, oh, I don't want to see him getting cheap heat that way. But it wasn't on the show. But it was on the show because I saw it, but you didn't see it. All throughout the commercial break. We're still at commercial. Right. Well, you miss Jacob trying to get a bit of cheap heat. Crowd booing Solo. I love you, Netflix, said Toby. Ah, he might have given up. He's jumping out the ring. Solo's taking his jacket off. Starting to walk away. Jacob, that's an interesting look from Jacob, isn't it? Jacob just watching as Solo walks away. Yeah, look at Jacob. That is very interesting. That is very interesting. Jacob watching as Solo just walks away. And again, at no point did Jacob say, Solo, I love you. He's going to grab that microphone. Crowd are chanting, hey, hey, goodbye. What's Jacob going to say, man? This is it. Solo walks off. Disrespect. He's having to go at the crowds. I'm tired of the hates. Oh my God, man, he's fired up. Even on my bad day, you can't touch me. Jacob is fire on the microphone. Shut the hell up. One thing I won't let you do. You... What's... Oh, mate. Jacob is so good on the microphone. He said, I'm just getting started. At no point did we have him saying, I love you, Solo. Solo just walked away. LA Knight now. Oh my God, it's all going down. So now LA Knight is in there. He's attacking Tama. He's attacking Jacob. Solo, not happy with the disrespect from the crowd, has walked away. This bloodline situation is very, very interesting. LA Knight now is down. And he is outnumbered. And here comes Braun. Here comes Braun. We saw Braun and Jacob before, and it was sick, man. Over the top. Oh my God, Tama is thrown. Oh my God, here we go. Here we go. Braun Strowman, get it in the ring. Ah! Jacob. Oh my God. Give me this match. Give me this match now. Give me this match now. Oh my God. The crowd are cheering. Oh. Tama Tonga. It's going to be a tag match, isn't it? Tama and Jacob against LA Knight and Braun. Wow. We had Solo come down. Solo walked away. Didn't even say a word. No, I love you, Solo. We didn't get any of that. We got a fired up promo from Jacob. Then we had LA Knight. Then we had Braun Strowman. This was sick. Okay, we've got Los Garza backstage. That was so good. It's got to be leading to a tag match, hasn't it? Okay, so Los Garza just being spoken to about Motor City Machine Guns. Crazy segment, said K-Dub. Take my money, said Ratchet. Jessica says, hello. Hi, everyone. I wanted more from Solo, said Brony. We all wanted more from Solo. Is Big Jim still dead? Yeah. Yeah, Big Jim died. Big Jim. Familiar. But there we go, Legado. Okay, Motor City Machine Guns are making their way out now. Right, Days, will you do a UFC stream tomorrow? Yeah, we've got it. It's booked. It's in the book. It's set up on the channel. That's a heck of a lot of testosterone just in the ring, said Christopher. Welcome to my world. Save Solo talking for when Roman comes back, says James. But it ain't over. Solo will be back. And hopefully OTC. Days, bro, will the tag match take place today? I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if backstage it does get announced that we're going to get that. Days, I Almost thought that Fatu was shooting with that promo. Very, well, I mean, the whole thing's unexpected, isn't it? Because we don't know quite what direction they're going to be taking this stuff in. When we return to SmackDown. Who do we think wins the Royal Rumble? Says Jessica. Who do you think, Jessica? I always get asked, who do you think? You give us your answers and then we can mock them. That's how we're doing it now. Who do you think? You tell me first. There would be no testosterone without Roman, says Maggie. Days, check posts I've tagged you in. I've got a few I need to catch up with. Do you think we'll see the Wyatts tonight? I do think we get something Wyatt related, yes. Metal Mama said SmackDown is pretty great tonight. We just need the Wyatts. Days, how come WWE Shop have started making sports belts from the NBA, NFL, and NHL? Will there be belts for FIFA? Oh, if they can get an agreement with them, almost certainly, yes. They haven't announced anything, but they're, you know, trying to sell stuff to everyone, aren't they? They want sports fans to buy belts, you know, for if you're a casual wrestling fan that also loves the New York Mets, Jets, Bets, whatever they're called, you know, you might buy one of those belts. It's at the end of the day, it's about making money. I think John Cena will win an EO Sky. Do you? They're good picks, actually. They're actually pretty good picks, and I can't really criticize either. So, thanks for ruining that. No, I think John Cena's the favourite, isn't he? So I think Cena's got to be up there in the running. EO probably an outsider, only because word on the street is Becky, Rhea, Tiffany, Charlotte. So if someone's winning the Rumble on the women's side, it feels like it's probably Becky or Charlotte. They would feel like the two front runners. But EO's in with a chance. They think highly of EO. So, you know, would we be shocked if we ended up getting EO in one of those title matches? No. I've got EO and Punk as my Rumble winners. Have you, mate? That's embarrassing. That's actually embarrassing. Jess's was fine, but LSW's, that's actually embarrassing. If the Wyatt 6 show up, it'll be in the final moments, said Bitfishing. There are no New York Jets fans, said Matter. My bad. Sorry, I was under the impression that there was. Alexa is going to win, says Michelle. Alex Durb, I am so disappointed. I've been waiting for that Solo Bloodline segment just for Solo to say nothing. Didn't say. I think sometimes you can't find the words, you know. Sometimes you can't find them. Who wants Becky Rhea anyway? Well, that is true. Seen it, done it, been there. I'm all right with having something different, so yes, I agree. It's not a match that I'm campaigning for, but well, you know, two massive stars. Days, maybe Boom Boom Bigelow should be an option. Boom Boom Bigelow. Days, who are the main groups that we look for the Wyatts to feud with on SmackDown? It's your Legados, isn't it? I mean, I think they're heels. I'm not sure anymore. Bloodline, Legado. What other group have we got? Maybe DIY if A-Town Down Under was joining up with them. If DIY and A-Town Down Under got on the same page and you add Candice to that, there you go. That would make sense. Bloodline makes sense. Legado, I think, are heels, but I'm not 100% certain anymore. Final Boomer said MXXS is dead. Your Final Boomer has arrived. Final Boomer, shout out to you. Final Boomer winning the community vote. So, welcome. Welcome. What's this? It's my first event. Ah. Smile on a face. Okay, let's end this poll. That match was pretty fun, but I think the ending is going to have let it down. And it's very much got a good rate in that one. So, match number 1 was good 96%. Match number 2 is good 97%. Match number 3 is about to start. Okay, hour and 22 minutes into the show. Here's Legado del Fantasma. Okay, Days, do we think that WWE are going in the wrong direction if they keep Tiffany as a heel, considering the cheers that she's getting? Maybe. It's hard to know, like, where we're going. I mean, I'm guessing they're going to want Charlotte to come back as a face. And if you want Charlotte as a face, then you're going to need to do Tiffany as a heel. I mean, yeah, she's getting great cheers. It feels like we probably should be turning her, but storyline-wise, I think they want to go in a certain direction. How does that work? I'm looking at... Oh, okay. I didn't think... I mean, that is one hell of a bodysuit that Elektra Lopez has squeezed into. The entrance lights were down, and I thought her boots were all part of it, but her boots are separate. I couldn't figure out how her boots worked. But they're just... She wears them over the top. That is Saudi Arabian chic. She looks great. She looks great. Okay, we are underway with this match. Brony said, I'm so effing sick and tired of Charlotte being in the title picture. How many times has Charlotte gone away for a few months and then she comes back and inserted herself into the title picture? You're not alone. There is a lot of frustration out there. Charlotte as a face is so booty. It is very booty. You are correct. The Solo Sikoa segment was a hot topic of debate within creative today. The original rundown this morning had Solo opening the show and addressing his loss to Roman Reigns. Wow. So he was going to actually open the show, but he didn't. I'm glad we actually did what we did, because I'm glad that Ray got his time in the spotlight. I'm all right with that. Days, with SummerSlam being in Cleveland, I'm going to get tickets. I live in Maryland. It's a huge event. Christopher, shout out to you, buds. I've seen body suits where the shoes are connected and it's just one piece. How does that work? How does that work? They're just kind of attached to the bottom of it or something. Wouldn't that look a bit rubbish? I need to see that. I don't think Solo's promo would have been better than what we got with Jacob, said Elistub. Why do they have the same chest claw marks that Eddie Edwards and Davey Richards had? Because it is actually them. Same people. Chippy said, Charlotte doesn't place herself there. Creative make that decision. She is too good not to be going after titles. Trippy Gary, or should I say Charlotte Flair's burner account. Welcome to our little watch along. Trippy Gary. Yeah. Hope everything's good with your recovery from injury. Say hello to your dad. Bro, I just don't care about anything that's happening in the tag division. The division needs heel street profits, says LS Dub. I want to know what Sami Zayn would be doing without the bloodline right now. He would be getting good pops. Well, it looks like he's going to go into a feud with Karrion, doesn't it? Looks like he's going into a feud with Carrion. Brony, you missed my super chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Huh? What's that? What's React Bot? Oh no! Have I been replaced? What's React Bot? What's this? I need to watch SmackDown with React Bots every single time. What's React Bot? Oh, guys, I'm being replaced by AI. Oh no! Oh no! What's this? Who's this boomer? React Bot. I don't like it. Oh, it's over. Turn the lights off. I feel like Blockbusters when they first saw Netflix. Oh, God. I feel like a landline that's just in a mobile phone. It's over. That's a glimpse of my future. You're all going to run off and join React Bots. Oh, God. Well, I'm all right until they get an English one. Once they get an English one with an English accent, then I'm done. I'm screwed. It's over. Right. Defcon Prime. Shout out to you asking about Toys R Us. Yeah, we were talking about that. I don't know why there's no toy shops around. You'd think that the kids would drag their parents into one of those places, into a toy shop, and that, you know, they'd just naturally pick up sales. But clearly not enough sales to keep them going. John Kane said, 60% of the time, I win every time. Nice. Mackenzie said 99. Mackenzie said, I'm 99% Brat Summer and I'm 1% sweet and sour. I do like that. 99% Brat Summer. I'm that as well. I'm 99% Brat Summer. I'm 99% Charlie XCX. Neblosson said, good evening, Days. Evening. I have to say Bianca has to be my favourite wrestler at the moment. Great wrestling, and she looks fire. Low-key, not a fan of Jacob. Oh, my God. Not a fan of Jacob, really. I had heard that people like you existed, but I had never met any of you. Yeah, everyone's crazy about Jacob. Everyone flipping loves Jacob. So, interesting. Bianca's cool, but you need to know she's also married, yeah, to Montez Fords, and he's pretty ripped. So you don't stand much of a chance, my friend. God bless. Close but no cigar. MXXS is dead. Your final boomer has arrived. I saw as well we had a very kind donation from Alex Roskell, gifting 20 Wrestling Days memberships. I hope they were gobbled up by very deserving people. I hope they were gobbled up by people that, you know, are lovely people. Not the absolute scum I have to spend time with on a Thursday normally. So, yeah, let's see. We'll find out. Alex, shout out to you. Appreciate it, my friends. TJF has... There we go, look. It does look good. That is my album cover. That feels more like a cassette tape. Wrestling Days, another boomer bites the dust. Love that. Love that. Love that. I'd buy that album. Right, Motor City Machine Guns. I think we're back from commercial break. They are in control. Going over round the houses. Nice takeover. Good work. Charging over. Kick coming in. Dragon screw. This is for number one contenders. I suppose in a way that's a bit of a problem with this division is that, well, You're either champs or you're working towards being a champ. 1, 2, shoulder up. Kieran with a membership. Shout out to you, Kieran. Shout out to you, buds. Oh, lovely kick. A lot of people getting 1 month memberships. Congrats all, said Justin. Evening days. Did you hear that Tony Khan's latest idea to boost ratings is he plans on buying housing complexes across the country and only having them tune into AEW shows? It's a good idea. That'll do it. Right now we've got double figure 4 leg locks. Gets to the ropes. Corey said, I never get gifted memberships. YouTube hates the shiz out of me. You have to turn on your give me a gifted membership thing. You have to go into settings, don't you? Someone said. Opolis Travel said, I've made you a movie you can see on the opinions. You've made me a movie I can see on opinions. Oh, powerbomb. Bye, Berto. Kick out. What, you're going to put it in opinions, are you? Okay. If I'm Final Boomer, can Days be my daddy boomer? Oh, we spoke about that the other day. We were talking about how the whole mommy and daddy thing is a bit... not sure. I don't mind being daddy boomer, though. Boom. 1, 2. Oh. Kick out. Garza thought he had got the 3 there, but he hadn't. He didn't. We've still got Toys R Us in Canada, but the selection sucks, said Uncle Rev. Really? It's not as good as it used to be. There's a "This is awesome" chant. I've managed to get 5 of those memberships. I don't know how, but thanks, because I'm not giving any up. Remember when Angel used to make his entrance with a rose, then remove his trousers? That was weird. Duck underneath. Kick to midsection. Kick. DDT. Garza held them forever, said Zoom Station. The more days memberships that go out, the more people will see that I should be the true champ, says Uncle Revel. Suicide dive to the outsides. Berto gets back into the ring. Oh, who's interrupting? Someone's interrupting. Pretty Deadly are interrupting. Pretty Deadly interrupt. Roll up. Roll up. Ah, it didn't even work. Stupid heels. My Toys R Us is inside Macy's. Got to pass all the grannies shopping in order to see what figures they've got, says Jay. 1, 2, 3. Motor City Machine Guns win. And they are the new #1 contenders. Right. Don't you have to be a paid member to get a gift from someone gifting memberships? Don't believe so. No, actually, don't believe so. I think you just have to have something turned on. Some setting turned on. Days, I'm getting autos at Rumble from Miz, Truth, KO, Lyra, and Rhea. Who should my 6th be? Whoever you enjoy the most, my friend. Okay, so Nick Aldis wants to get... Kevin Owens is wearing a Rey Mysterio shirt. Cody won't sign it till you sign it. He's not going to sign it until Cody signs it. Stop trying to distract me, Nick. Why is no one signing the contract? 1, 2, 3, 4. Still to come tonight, Rey Mysterio takes on Kevin Owens. We've got halftime scores coming up as well, kids. Days, would you be in favour of a nuclear push for Legado? Yeah, I don't mind them. I like Angel. I like Berto. I like Electra Lopez is okay. We don't see her wrestle much. Yeah, I would be okay. Giving him a look. Piper Niven. Piper Niven is coming down. Tiffy time tonight. Yeah, main event. Toys R Us used to be amazing when I was a kid, said your mommy days. Those were the days. Now they just used as a spirit for Halloween. We don't have those shops over here, but I know of them. They're like little pop-up shops, aren't they? I don't think they're there all year round. Okay, so Piper and B-Fab coming up next. Piper and B-Fab next. Days, have you ever seen Caribbean wrestling? Don't think so. I turned mine on and off a few times to make sure it was on, and now it won't let me do that, says Eric. Oh, what, that setting? Okay, we got Hogan promoting Saturday night's main event, so it is definitely time.
Everybody come alive. It's the halftime move that makes you thrive. Really want to know you feel that vibe. Put it in the chat, let's jam it and try. Halftime scores, everybody is the halftime. I really want to know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout and climb. Put it in the chat, let's do it in rhyme. Halftime scores, everybody is the halftime. I really want to know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout and climb. Put it in the chat, let's do it in a rhyme. Halftime scores, everybody come alive. It's the halftime move that makes you thrive. Really want to know you feel that vibe. Put it in the chat, let's jam it and try. Halftime scores, everybody is the halftime. I really want to know you feel so sublime. Halftime scores, let's shout.
I don't know how long to leave it for. Nathan, 8. Alex said, I don't think we're going to get the Wyatt 6, so a 6. Ice Vamp said 4. Let me guess, no Wyatt 6. Don't know. We still got an hour and 20. George Vlog said 6.5. Alan said 6. Arborus with a 6. The Who review with a 5. LS Dub 6.25. Gang Bang, Niner Gang. Rhea Ripley is overrated. Sack City with a 3. Billy 7.1. Mike with 6.9. Ashma with a 7. Let him in with a 6. Metal Mama with a 7. Briggsy with a 6. Norma with a 4.75. Where did we get up to? We got up to Norma. Aaron with a 6. Ashma with a 7. Austin, no score, but I hope you will. What do we think about the contact states in for Cody and KO that they have signed the addendum for? I don't know. They haven't even read it. I don't think it's something in there they don't want to sign. They're just being petty, aren't they? They're not going to read it and sign it till the other person does. Travis with a 7. John with an 8. Larry said 6.5. Toya with a 6. Sack City with a 3. Opulus Travels 5.1. Alexa Bliss Gamer with a 6. No Wyatts. TJF says 5. We've got Mika with a 7. Ashton with a 7. Shelf Presence 6.5. We've got Raheel with a 2. Are we doing Genesis? We are, yes, on Sunday. Vic 5.5, Ian 4.5, Chastity Plum with a 7. Blue Wheel Sonic 6.2. Ashton said, is Be Fabulous out yet? No, I've got slow moving superstars, so I can't see. Balto with a 6, Ashma with a 7, AB Jobson with a 6, Christopher 7.7, Bori with a 6, Mike with a 6.96, MP with a 7, Gary with a 5.5, Opolis Travels 5.1, Darkest Gooner. I only just recently found out that Gooner's like a naughty thing. But 6. Hannah with a 7.7, Super Elite 6.5. TJF said, it don't matter how many new community members and new members are, I'm going to take my title back. Toya with a 6, Sac City with a 3, Zoom Station with a high 4. This is where, actually, you know, TJF, if you were to be a defending champion on a Thursday, you could then try and call in a favour if you ever lose your belt, you know? This is where it is better to defend your title more regular, because if you do lose it, you can be like, well, hang on, I gave you a chance. But then the downside is that your chances of losing increases, doesn't it? It's a balancing act, that, isn't it? Okay, here we go. We have got Be Fabulous, and it does say that on Titantron. Why does it say Be Fabulous? Oh, she's got ring gear like all the other girls. I would like to see her have something different. I like B-Fab. I mean, Ooh. Brian Alvarez talking about, look at this, the journalists shooting on. What's this? So we've got a clip of Wrestling Observer. Look, Sean Rossap said this isn't accurate. Hobbs didn't. Oh, it's something to do with AEW. I'm out. I thought the journalists were turning on each other, but it was some AEW stuff. So I left. Okay, B-Fab in the ring. Might as well end this poll. Be Fabulous. Chelsea on the outside. Good 92. Okay, B-Fab against Piper. Don't know how long this is going to get. But B-Fab was in a triple threat. She looked pretty good in it, actually. Okay, we've got B-Fab trying to get back up to her feet, charging over to Piper. Piper grabs her. Boom! You're an RG! Wyatt 6 to AE-dub. Days, is this hinting at Sap versus Brian Alvarez? Yeah. Dream match. It's going to be Sean Rossap versus Brian Alvarez versus Corey Graves. Oh, DDT. 1, 2. I thought there was a bit of blood coming down the nose there of Piper, but I don't think there was. I just think it was some of B-Fab's hair that was kind of on her face. She's back up. Boot there. That was lovely. Big boot by B-Fab. Piper getting back up on the outside. Boom! Another one. Piper goes down to the outside. Come on, B-Fab. B-Fab goes outside the ring. Grabs Piper. Stay back. Do you know who you're talking to? Whoa! B-Fab jumps off the edge of the ring, lands on top of Chelsea, sent on. Oh dear. Do we think Corey will be fired? We don't know if it's real or fake, but we don't know. I hope not. I really like him. Oh, driver. 1, 2, 3. Thanks for coming. Aaron, shout out to you. Aaron calling me out. Days. Oh, they're all attacking B-Fab. Wyatt 6. Wyatt 6. Wyatt 6. Wyatt 6. Oh, no, it's Meacham. It's Meacham. So Chelsea jumps out the ring. Here's Meacham with a kendo stick. Oh, big shot there by Piper. Kick coming back by Meacham. Piper goes down. Chelsea Green lost her shoes in the process. You're a loser. So B-Fab and Chelsea in the entranceway were backstage with Rey Mysterio. His eye looks... There's no sign of that damage that was caused when he was in that feud with Seth. And his eye came out. Looks absolutely perfect. Oh, is this going to be Bob Uecker? Yeah. Meechin is being put off as pretty much a jobber. She really needs some wins or she will have zero credibility, said Retro. Days, what about an idea where Piper is a gatekeeper to Chelsea, but she keeps losing, forcing Chelsea? I like that. That's very good, buds. She keeps losing, and so she keeps resulting in Chelsea having to have matches. I like that. It's a good idea. Yeah, that moment where he gets throttled is so famous. Oh, there! Oh my God! We just got a picture of Bobby the Brain Heenan. Oh, Gorilla! Oh! God, this feels... I mean, it's the same company, but at times it can feel so removed from, like, the golden era. So to see Bobby and Gorilla on WWE TV is... felt right. Felt right. The Secret Hervis. I completely missed that they said that. Not the Secret Service, but the Secret Hervis. That's what Piper is. She's the Secret Hervis. Very good. Right, Anna Days. How livid would you be if the Wyatt Six started teasing dissension after the writers have just got nothing for them? Well, I don't even know how I'd feel anymore. I just want to get them back on TV, and I just want to feel happiness again, because I don't remember what it's like to feel joy. I don't know what it's like to feel joy or happiness or anything like that because of how the Wyatt Six have been treated. But listen, there's a chance that we still get them tonight. I've not given up hope. I've not given up hope. We've still got an hour and 10 minutes of the show. We could have loads of Wyatt Six stuff happen. You know, the whole third hour could be Wyatt Six. So I'm optimistic. Ninja said all the 80s legends are slowing and they're moving away, just like time. It's sad. Bobby at WrestleMania was special. Days, don't worry. I will sing it to you. Sing me what? Wyatt Six is all we need. Let it go. Oh, you just need to let it go. Maybe they don't have anything for the Wyatt Six because they killed their creative in their debut. Perhaps they've got too much for the Wyatt Six and they just can't quite decide what amazing idea to go with. Did you think about that? What about that? What if they've got so many great ideas? They're like, oh, we could do this, and we could do that, and we could do this. You know, like when you go into like an ice cream parlor and there's so many amazing flavors and you just, oh God, I don't know which one to go for. And you end up standing there for ages because there's just too many good choices. Perhaps we've got that happening right now. Did you think about that? Did you think about that? If the Wyatts don't show up, then you fans, they need to go after Rob Fee for building up your expectations and yeah, we will. And thanks to Nightbird, we actually know where he lives. So, joke's on him. Thanks to the fact that he filmed a lot of Nightbird in his house, and there are some real super sleuths out there that managed to find out the location, which I do have in my DMs, we can actually go after him with pitchforks and everything like the good old days. You know, the good old days when there used to be like vigilante gangs that would go after people. We'll do that with Rob. Oh, what's this? Dude Perfect. Cody Rhodes was there at the new Dude Perfect headquarters. I don't know that I've ever watched a Dude Perfect video, you know. Tom Brady said matter. Heel Hogan as world champ would be better than Cody, said Austin. Look at you. Nothing will ever top the Ministry of Darkness. Two weeks ago. Oh, right. This is the cash-in. Yeah, we're still building towards that championship match. Suzanne said, I've never heard of Dude Perfect. They do things like perfectly. Think Mr. Perfect if he had his own YouTube channel. Las Vegas, Matt said, why is NXT so much more rewarding to watch than Raw or SmackDown? Honestly, they give us one match that we're excited for and don't even do the filler correctly because they just repeat the same matches. Where are the Wyatts? That's what people are sending me. Eric said, that would be nice if they had too many things to choose from, but how about they just choose something? It would be nice. I also don't think it's what's happening, but Lethal Trini Barbie, hello. Said, the thing that was magic about the Funhouse was Bray. I think you'll find it was actually the TV. The TV was what was magic. The thing that was magical about The Fiend was Bray. The magic of Uncle Howdy was Bray. Without him, it won't work. Long term, in my humble opinion. Lethal Trini Barbie, shout out to you. We are backstage with Tiffany Stratton. Tiffstry. We're going to be making Tiffstry tonight, kids. Bayley is extremely driven. She's had a career of big moments. She's had a ton of big moments. So we just got Tiffany talking to Byron at the moment. I am those moments. Right now it's Tiffy time. Right now it's Tiffy time. Wade Barrett confirms that he will be on this week's Raw following reports that Pat won't be. I still think there's a chance that we actually get... I think there's a chance that we actually get JBL jumping onto commentary, as we said earlier. Tail of the tape. Carla, shout out to you with a smiley fox. Shout out to you, my friend. Kieran firing in a Wrestling Days membership. And we got a sick match now. It's time for Rey Mysterio versus Kevin Owens. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Kings. Let's go. Could the Wyatt Six go after Tiffany because she turned her back on Nia and she becomes the target, says Nick Butcher. Maybe. Maybe. Taker 1990 said 619. Toby said, here comes the deadbeats. Deadbeat dad. Deadbeat dad in the house. Not me. Ray. This might just be me, said Al, but I would honestly love to see Jerry the King back on commentary. Walter said, how many more title shots does Bayley need? Rey Mysterio coming down, and he is wearing like baseball attire. Making his way down. Is this appropriate? Oh, look, he gives that woman a hug. Oh my God, she can't believe it. He gives that woman a hug. Oh my God, it's his daughter. So, Rey Mysterio, Tuck. Do you remember Tuck? Rey Mysterio, get in. Victoria shown. Former two-time WWE Women's Champion. Let's go. Okay, let's end this poll. B-Fab against Piper. 58, 18, 11, 11. Let's go. Austin said, where is Hank and Tank? We need them more than Rey Mysterio. A lot of people are saying that. A lot of people are saying that. Jack saying it's so tough being a Wyatt Six fan. Tiffany versus Bayley coming up later. Tail of the tape we had. Rey Mysterio. Right, Upperless Travel said, I wonder if the Judgment Day come out to take out Rey and the Wyatt Six come out and they attack Judgment Day. Felix said, welcome back. Thank you. Here's Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens is, I do love the fact he's wearing that Rey Mysterio Hall of Fame shirt. This is his first ever one-on-one match against Rey Mysterio. What's he saying? Big entrance for Rey. Just, oh my God, we're only 2 weeks away. We're only 2 weeks away. Two weeks away from the Royal Rumble. Ah! Oh my God. 2 weeks away from the Royal Rumble. Jadam said, y'all are out here simping so hard for Rhea. You actually think that Rey was a deadbeat dad? Give me a break. Right, Chris, shout out to you, buds. Okay, bell has sounded. Nablosson, shout out to you. Days, check your supercharger, said Creeping East. Looks fine. Yep. Good. Okay, we are underway. Rey Mysterio driven back into the corner. I do just want to take the opportunity just to, whilst we're just getting settled down into this. Yeah. We do have a couple of Twitter accounts. We've got our normal one. We got this one as well. Look, Wrestling Days Clips, where we've got like a few bits and bobs. So we've got like a little Clips accounts. That's when Tiffany cashed in. And as well as that, of course, you can also go to our main one, which is Wrestling Days YT, and that's got like all the latest bits and bobs on. So just wanted to bring that to people's attention. Those couple of Twitter accounts. Let's go to the super chat, shall we? Jeremy said, you just missed yourself. Tiffy video. Yeah, the Tiffy video, the one I just showed on the Clips channel. I saw it, I just showed it. So, yeah, we've got two Twitter accounts. We've got our main one, which is Wrestling Days YT. But then there is a Clips channel that's got a lot of, like, reaction clips on it. And, yeah, as we just said, the Tiffany is one, Jeremy. So shout out to you, buds. Again, Shazam said, did you notice that your reaction to yeah, we just showed it. So there seems to be a bit of confusion here. If you actually go over, it's all right. We can do it again. I'll show you. If here, look, Wrestling Days Clips, right? It's only got 546 followers. But yeah, this one, look, Tiffany Stratton. That was the one we just looked at. But there's others. We've got this one as well. Look, Jacob Fatu and some other ones down here. NXT. And there's Damien and Finn. And so there's quite a lot on there. But yeah, this is the one that people seem to be talking about at the moment. So, So again, Shazam, shout out to you. Yep. I saw it. It's we just showed it. Yep. And Alex, shout out to you, said, you were featured, Tiffany Stratton, you missed it. No, but we just showed it. It's on the other Twitter account that we've got, the Clips Twitter account. I just showed it on here. There's two, I knew this would get a bit confusing. There's two Twitter accounts. There's actually more. I can show you all of them if you want. There's a community Twitter account. There's a main Twitter account, and then there's a Twitter account that shows clips. And the clips one is the one that I've just shown you, right? So a lot of people getting excited about that, which is good to see. Be lovely to get those followers up, of course. I mean, we're at, what, 500 odd? Give that a little tickle. But yeah, that's where they live. That's where they live. There's no need to get like crazy or too excited about it. But yeah, shout out to Jeremy, Gen, Shazam, and Alex. Seem to be very excited about the Clips channel. So there we go. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate the support. Very kind. Listen, I'm excited about it as well. I love that account. I love that it does some good work over there. Okay, on the outside we got Ray and we have got Kevin Owens. They are battling away right now. Jeremy said it was on TV. Yeah, it was on TV. So I put it up here, didn't I? So some people watch these streams on their TVs. Some watch them on their phones. Some might watch them on their tablets. So you're watching it on TV, are you? So you just saw that little thing on your TV. That's cool, mate. We were looking earlier, actually. Someone was saying that they watch on like the really big monitor, you know. In fact, look, I can show you. Look at that. We were having a lot of fun with that earlier. Look, there's me on a TV. Yeah, that's me on a TV. Big TV. And I took advantage of it as well. Look, I made my face big, didn't I? Do you remember that earlier? Do you remember when I did that? Big. Made it big. So, there we go. I did pull other faces as well, actually. This is courtesy of Alan. We've got that one where I like blew a kiss. That's terrifying. Oh, my God. Look at that. Oh, my God. You could snuggle up under the bags under my eyes. You could actually grab one of the bags that's under my eyes and you could snuggle up, couldn't you? Look at that. Jesus, I'm starting to look like The Undertaker. Oh, my God. Oh, God. This was a bad idea, actually. Oh, my God. Wow. That's like, imagine if you heard a knock on the door, a bing bong, and then you peered through the thing and all you got was me doing that. Bing bong. Is anyone home? Anyone home? And then you have a little look through the thing and that's what you would see. Terrifying. Kevin Owens has gone over to Victoria. Like, oh, she's not having it. Victoria's not having it. Victoria booing at Kevin. That was a fun little moment. Oh, she's gone over to Aaliyah. Yeah. Aaliyah just smiling back. She's just got a little smile on her face. She's not bothered. She doesn't care, does she? Shake of the head there by Aaliyah. Oh, blocked. Kevin Owens, boom, into the barricades. And Aaliyah cheers as Kevin goes down. Aaliyah weren't bothered. Kevin Owens was just marking her down in front of her and she was like smiling away. Unbelievable. She goes back over, look, she's still smiling. Is she going to slap him? She should slap him. Oh! He ruffled her hair. The disrespect. She didn't care though, did she? Are we even on TV at the moment? Are we even on TV? Right now we've got Ray. Nice headlock being applied there by Kevin. Jeremy said it was on SmackDown, you boomer. No, this isn't. I know it says SmackDown, but this isn't official. This isn't officially part of SmackDown. I know it does say it, but like this is just a watch along. So it's on the SmackDown watch along, but not on SmackDown. So Jeremy, I know, I get it. It's confusing. I understand, but Jeremy, shout out to you, dudes. You'll get it. You'll get it. I didn't realise you was missing out on some of those moments there where he was with his daughter. Paul's a bit confused as well. He said SmackDown. This isn't SmackDown. This is just the watch along, Paul. Do some people think this is like official? I've never said this is official. Paul, shout out to you, buds. Jeremy, shout out to you. Shelf Present said WrestleMania 41 is on Easter 420. It's a WrestleMania miracle. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Right now, we got Kevin Owens in the corner. Rey Mysterio is up top. Oh, lovely seated senton. Against the ropes goes Rey. Up, down, into a bulldog. Going for the cover. 1, 2, shoulder up. Reports have confirmed that the Wyatt Six have been moved to TNA. Oh my God, Las Vegas, Matt, thank you for telling us. Well, there we go, guys. The Wyatt Six are going to be at Genesis on Sunday. That is breaking news from Las Vegas, Matt. Big boot there by Kevin. Over against the ropes. Rey up. Lands on his feet. Duck underneath. Over the other side. Round the house. Boom! DDT by Rey Mysterio. Shoulder up there by Kevin. Boyaka, boyaka! There is a clip, you know. Jeremy said, yes, it was. Good. Jeremy understands. Jeremy understands. Yeah, so it was on here. Okay, thank you, Jeremy. So it was on here, and you thought this was like official SmackDown, but you know now it's not, right? Can we be crystal clear on that? This is not affiliated with WWE themselves. This is just a, this is just a fun little side watch-along thing. It's not connected, right? So, Jeremy, shout out to you, buds. Kevin is up top. Big splash there by Kevin. 1, 2. Oh, lovely kick out. Lovely work. They're having to dig deep. There was even a little bit of one of them. Lovely. Eddie chants. Eddie chant has broken out. Rey Mysterio. Back on his feet. Kevin Owens coming over. We know that we've got Bayley in action. Forearm strike there by Kevin. And again. Raining in these forearm strikes. More, but Rey against the ropes. I'm very happy, you know. I'm very happy that that Rey is out there on his own. He's being given a big... I know it's because we're in San Diego, but this is what we've been calling for. Right now, he's looking for a suplex here by Kevin. The Beach Kevin said, my sources have just confirmed that the Wyatt Six have gone to ARW Pro. They've made it. Oh, beautiful! Oh, mate, Code Reds! Code Reds! Woo! Woo! So good! Mate, if they've gone to ARW Pro and actually hit the big time now, that is fantastic news. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Tiffany Stratton putting it on the line. Wyatt Six are better than the NWO, said Serial Killer, yes. Oh, Rey Mysterio flying through the air. Oh, Stunner connects. Rey down. 1, 2. Oh, tell you what. Put this on WrestleMania. Put this on WrestleMania. What a feud this could be. 619. 619. This is great. This is great. Right, we've got Kevin Owens going to the outsides. They'll probably have better writers for them there, said Serial Killer. Here we go. Kevin is up, comes down, knees up there by Ray. Against the ropes goes Ray. Boom! 619. Ray hobbling over. Climbing up. Oh! Yeah, Kevin stumbles into the ref. The ref knocks the ropes. Pop-up power bomb 2. And he gets it. Kevin Owens beats Rey Mysterio. It's happened, kids. Go back over to Aaliyah. I want to see how she's reacting. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Have you seen the content creation stuff? Nope. It's outside of my viewpoint, isn't it? If it ain't on my list, I ain't seeing it. Hannah said, if the Wyatts have been transferred to ARW Pro, yep, big promotion, would you start streaming? Yep. I'm actually going to have a guest host, and that is going to be Cameron live wrestling too. Me and Cameron are going to do it. Oh, look at that. Oh, no, package. He was setting up the package driver, but Cody's making the save. Oh, come on, you absolute piece of... Here we go, Cody Rhodes brawling with Kevin. Kicks coming in. Cody all over Kevin. Kevin on the outside, Cody over the other side. Cody running rounds. Here we go. Oh, launches himself. There we go. He grabs title. Cody back in the ring. Kevin has grabbed his title and run into the crowds. We are 2 weeks away from that. 2 weeks away. Undisputed versus Winged Eagle. Well, don't do that match. We know who'll win. Winged Eagle. It's the bestest. Days, I heard that Wyatt 6 have been moved to a meet and greet duties at WWE headquarters. Well, listen, at the moment they're sat in catering, so anything's going to be an improvement, isn't it? Braylon said, guys, who won? Was it Bayley or Tiffany? I need to know. Braylon, I'm only telling you this because you're asking. New champion. New champion. Hey, hey, Bayley. Ooh, ah, I want to know. Will you be my champ? Hey, hey, Bayley. Ooh, ah, I want to know. Will you be my champ? Yes, yes, yes. Mate, it was so good. Everyone was chanting that when she won. And honestly, you don't normally hear that chant unless they're in Europe or in the UK. But they broke it out and it was loud. So loud. Great way to start the show. Really, really good way to start the show. Love it. Don't know, though, why we started the show with that, because now we've ended up with, like, a really weird main event. It's going to be Akira Tozawa against Maxine Dupree, which is a very weird main event. Very strange. They just went big early, didn't they? They went big early, and then the show sort of fizzled since then. But yeah, new champ. Obviously, what does that mean for WrestleMania? Wyatt 6 don't want to be on this show, says Spartan. If they don't show the Wyatts, I'm going to give the show an F, says Raven. BBL Bayley, BBL Bayley. Dad Stuff said they're going to be available for photo ops in Indianapolis, but it says they're not going to wear masks. Maybe they'll be in swimsuits. Oh my God, yes. Yes. That is the best. I would love to see a swimsuit edition of the Wyatt 6. That would be so good. That sounds great. Opulus Travels said, I remember one night after clubbing outside the clubs, me and the lads, about 30 of us, got everyone singing, Hey, Hey, Baby. The whole town got up and they were singing, what an effing night. Yes. Jessica said, I want Alexa Bliss, damn it. Jessica, are you not bothered if we don't get the Wyatt 6? Is it just, it's got to be Alexa for you? Do you like dress up as a Lily doll in your spare time? That's the impression I get. You might be sat there dressed as a Lily doll right now. Please respond. Serial Killer said Triple H can't book characters with depth like the Wyatt 6. Lisa said, Days, my night is complete since you appear in SmackDown. Yeah, we do SmackDown. We do Raw, we do NXT, we're doing UFC tomorrow, we're doing TNA. Again, this isn't SmackDown, but yeah, we are doing SmackDown. And we'll be back next week as well. Hannah says, many wrestlers like Gallus might have wanted that nuclear heat that Hogan got. I don't know that anyone wants that. I don't know that anyone wants that heat. Alexa Bliss Gamer says yes. Yes. That's it. John Kane said, Days, how did we judge the finish with Bayley winning not clean, but with the concerto on Tiffy? Does this make her a heel, or is Tiffy still heel, and will they fight at WrestleMania? It's a great question. It's a great question. Okay, here's Nicoldis. Enough is enough. Why do they look like they're in a McDonald's? Oh, another production botch. Sean. Let's go. Shawn Michaels is going to moderate the contract signing. Yeah, man. Saturday night's main event. Oh, hello, Strowman. No! Strowman Jacob! Ah! The match is made! The match is made! Oh my God! Oh my God, it's happening! It's happening! It's happening! Oh my God, it's happening! Strowman Jacob! Oh, LA Knight against Tamaton. No, against Strowman Jacob! Oh my God! Oh my God, mates! It's happening! I need that image, and then I need to retweet it, and I need to say it's happening! I'm going to do that. I'm going to, because that is how I reacted. I don't like tweeting things unless that's how I actually react. Here we go. It's happening! Heck yes! This is not a drill, said James! It's not a drill! Okay, we're backstage with Pretty Deadly and DIY. Wyatt's going to take out Pretty Deadly. We believe in you guys. See you next week. Here's Apollo. I'm keeping my eyes peeled for any Wyatt sickness. Oh! Johnny attacks Apollo. Apollo goes down. Boom. You're in confusion over tonight, said Stephen. Oh, it's been deleted. Stephen, I was just reading that, but it got deleted by Lethal Trini Barbie. Stephen, I will never know what you said. I will never know what you said. Right. A week from tomorrow, where's it happening? Where? Look at all this. Everyone's losing their flipping minds. So exciting. Okay, so Bayley has made her way down. What a workhorse Bayley is. Wow, Saturday night's main event, Braun Strowman, Jacob. Now, I'm a bit confused. Did they say... Oh, it will be at Saturday night's main event. There is a little bit of confusion. Oh, she's there! She's there! Roxanne, show me your tiffies! Oh my God! The signs are on fire tonight. Show me your tiffies! Oh, mates. Oh. This is like a perv uprising. Let's go. So we had Roxanne Perez in the crowds. Show me your tiffies. This is not a drill. Your tribal chief says no, Wyatt 6. Of course. They dropped the ball pretty hard with DIY. They feel more cowardly than credible, and they don't feel like they're involved in anything worth investing in, says LS Dub. Spoiler, Bayley is going to win with the heels. But yeah, John, yeah, I'm so confused. Because John earlier sent in a super chat saying what about that finish with the concerto? And I saw that. Are they running it back again now, John? I'm guessing this is like a rematch, is it? Very confusing. Very confusing, but yeah, John, shout out to you, but I was right there with you. I thought it was like a concerto type thing, but it seems like there must be a rematch that we're about to get right now. So yeah, Roxanne Perez shown in the crowds. Days, do you remember when you said that the probability that the Wyatts will appear, I guess you have to see Smack Talk when the show is finished. We could get a little video package when we go back. Don't forget, there's still time, mate. There's still 28 minutes. We could have 28 minutes of nothing but Wyatt 6. Nothing but. Jessica said, I want Naomi to come out and attack Bayley or Jade's. Jade's injured. She's not on the show, buds. TJ said, Days, that's a sick match, Braun and Jacob. Do we think we will get a massacre or will they save Wyatt 6 till then? Well, I don't know. Look, Wyatt 6 made it, well, I thought quite clear that they were going to have a presence. Listen, I think some of you give up hope and abandon things far too quickly. Yeah, I've not given up hope. I go down with the ship. So I still believe we'll get something. I'm like that meme, you know, that one where that girl's in tears and the concert's ended and everyone's gone and she's like, do you think she'll come back out? That's me. Do you think she'll do one more song? No, the gig finished yesterday. That's me. I'm that girl. I'm that crying girl. I thought we would get a massacre also. I wasn't expecting a massacre. John Kane said, this is a day's highlights show. Every stream is a highlights show, my friend. That's how good these streams are. LSW, why'd you have to put that out in the universe? Days, you had the same reaction as me. I'm so. Are we talking about the thingy match? So goods. So goods. Braun against Jacob. That's what, next weekend? Oh my god. Pooter said, Braun Jacob is going to be the best match that night. I am calling it now. It's going to be sick. They should have had a spot with a Wyatt 6 being beaten up instead of Apollo so that people could be happy about getting the Wyatt 6. I'm not sure that would have satisfied, to be honest. Shadam said, great. Now all this talk of the Wyatt 6 has got my feelings. Missing Bray. Jessica said Solo is going to need a new gimmick. Albert said it begins with A and it ends in S. Ass. Is it ass? Is that what you was thinking of? Begins in A, ends in S. Ass. Is it ass? Did I win? Lucas Oil Stadium. Ah! Charlie X here, we're having a Brat Rumble! Yeah, a bit of Von Dutch. Let's go. Let's go. What's this? What's this? Okay, I thought this was Tiffany for some reason, but I'm thinking it's not. Oh, mates! Charlotte Flair has got a return video package. Surely at the end it tells us when to expect her. God, it's big, isn't it? It's epic. She is on a yacht. Charlotte Flair. Oh, I thought it was going to say next week or Rumble or something like that. She's on the way. She is on the way. I like that presentation, though. Look good. Oh, look, she's getting into it with Roxanne Perez. I thought it was Tiffy at first. It didn't say. Ah, woo! Daisy's singing and dancing. I'm in good spirits. I'm in good spirits because they're saving the Wyatt Six till the very end, and that's where they belong. They belong in the main event. So this is why I'm in such good spirits. Charlotte Flair returns the night after the Rumble, said David. She'll run through all these basic wrestlers, said Serial Killer. Days, when do we think Braun will join the Wyatts? Well, I think he will, because they did put little teasers out, didn't they? So I think he will. But I don't know how soon. Tiffany Stratton making her way down to the ring. She looks good with that belt, said Toby. I wonder if she'll follow the footsteps of Via and take months to show up. Okay, Tiffany in the ring. Ding, ding, ding. We're going to get GTA 6 before the Wyatt 6. Maybe they're in GTA 6. Perhaps that's where they've been. Murking people in real life. Bayley! Go on, Bayley. Go on, Bayley. I would put maybe $1 million on the possibility of Roxanne jumping the barricade and costing Bayley. Tiffy looks good with the belts. She'd look better in my bed. Oh, that was even too pervy for me. I thought it was Ash by Elegance. Yes. Now that we've got this new relationship with TNA, Ash by Elegance. It's her time to shine. Tiffany versus Bayley. Roxanne Perez shown in the crowds. Ring-a-ding-ding. Oh, God. Now we've got bot reacting to me. Does it actually react to me, does it? What does it do? Ooh, I want to know. Will you be my champ? Yes, yes, yes. Mate, it was so good.
This one's for the boys.
Everyone was chanting that when she won.
Shazam.
And honestly, you don't... It's happening! Oh my God, it's happening! Strowman Jacob!
This drama is spicy.
LA Knight against Tamata. This drama is spicy.
I find that joke highly offensive.
Oh. I find that joke highly offensive. What did I say? If you react bot.
I find that joke highly offensive. That is spicy.
LA Knight against Tamata. No, I get
I find that
Oh, he's an LA Knight fan? I said, LA Knight against Tamatonga. That's not as good as Braun against Jacob. And he was like, I find this joke highly offensive. Well, do one. Do one. I mean, people like you, I used to bully at school, take their lunch money. Do you find that offensive? Get back to me on that one, you dweeb.
Joke highly offensive.
Can I just say as well, that perv?
Offensive.
Perv?
Joke highly offensive.
What's that face? You'd rather watch that than me. You'd rather watch this pervert. Huh? Look at that face. Unbelievable. That's my replacement. Thankfully, he is rubbish at the moment. Oh, I'm going to retweet it. I find that joke highly offensive. Don't you dare go looking for him and add him to whatever you have to do. Don't you dare go downloading him. He's a loser. Right, we are underway with Tiffy. She's gone to the outside of the ring. And she is... Oh, we've gone commercial break. That's great. That's great. At this point, I feel like they're treating the Wyatts as a joke, says Larry. Opulus Travel said, thanks, Days. You've got me waking next door from laughter. Listen, there's nothing to laugh about. I'm being replaced by a pervert. Yeah? And you find that funny? We need AI Days versus Days. Mate, he wouldn't stand a chance. I'd have his head flushed down an AI toilet in like 5 minutes. Why are the Wyatts trolling you? They're not. They're not, but they're not trolling me. They're literally on the way. They're just gonna, you know, at the very end of the show, you know, when you think the show's finished and the trademark thing comes up, then what we'll end up getting, like, Nikki Cross, she'll be like, you know, where she, like, comes at the camera. That bit. You know that bit. You know the bit when she comes at the camera? You might have seen it. You've seen it before, yeah? That'll happen. I've got sources. So I've not given up. There's still 17 minutes. Days, the look that Jacob gave Solo was interesting, says Lisa. That is true. That is true. Okay, we are underway. Oh, we might be at commercial, won't we? Right now, I've got Bayley and Tiffany in the ring. Tiffany trying to get towards the ropes. Days show up in a black hoodie and attack Triple H for booking the Wyatt Six like rubbish. It's a good plan. It's a solid plan. There is a slight problem, though, and that problem is that even though Triple H is like 60 years old, broken, got a bad heart, doesn't look anywhere near as big as he used to, he would still murk me. Because I am a feeble streamer. So... So I like your plan until like the next part of it. Kick coming in by Tiffany. Bayley down. Charlotte is just as good as her dad, says A.B. Jobson. But A.B. Jobson is talking from a sex point of view. So... right now we've got Bayley on her hands and knees trying to crawl to the center. Kick coming in there by Tiffany. Over in the corner goes Bayley. Bayley goes down. 1, 2. Crowd are very quiet, but again, I think we're at... commercial break. Days, at the end, Bo Dallas will run out the ring in a shower cap. Yes. Yes, that's what's going to happen. You're right. Days, get Triple H's sledgehammer and use it on him. That'll do it. That'll do it. Boom, right. Bayley against the ropes. Tiffany charges over through the rope. We've got 15 minutes to go. Captain Kez said, honestly, at this point, have the Wyatts feud with some fans. Is that where we are? Just anything. We'll take anything. Just pick on some refs. Do something. Pick on some security guards. Bayley through the ropes. Drop kick. Have you noticed how Tiffany's trunks always turn into a thong, says Lisa. I haven't, Lisa. I don't look. That's disgusting. In the ring goes Bayley. Boom! Into the ring post. Imagine seeing Days getting thrown across the ring by Triple H. And Days yelling, I did it for the community. I did it for the community. There we go. Kick out by Bayley. Kick out by Bayley. Oh, is Saturday night's main event on YouTube or Netflix? We don't know. It's not been communicated yet. We don't know. Days, what is your day job after you finish your hobby as a streamer? I am a prostitute. I go by my adult name, which is Bonnie Blue. Don't Google it. But I am quite the star in the adult world, let me tell you. Just saying. Right now we've got Tiffany with Bayley. Tiffany goes into the corner. The Wyatt Six must be working their other job at Hot Topic. Boom, underneath. Kick coming in. Oh, face first. Down goes Bayley. Tiffany coming over as Bayley is back upon her feet. She goes down, gets back into the ring. Days hooks in the corner. Days is a streaker, said David. I notice how Days is a gigolo. I notice how no one's coming in with any sensible suggestion. Days is a secretary. We could have gone with that, couldn't we? Kick coming in by Tiffany. Crowd are a bit quiet on this. I feel like the crowd feel the same way we feel, which is like Roxanne's going to interfere. Tiffany on the outside, charge him round. Bayley on the outsides. Bayley connects. Tiffany goes down. David, shout out to you. If we don't get the Wyatt Six, I'm going to leave my church and tell them it's WWE's fault. Let's go. Days, if you was in the adult entertainment industry, would your name be Sunny Days? No, I've already got a name. 1, 2, shoulder up. Days is on sale and had to bring his prices down because no one was willing to pay the $2. It's true. Forearm strike there by Bayley. Kick to the midsection. Clothesline there by Tiffy. Against the ropes. Ah, she moves out the way. Charlotte Flair has tweeted. Just eyes emojis, that's all. Oh, forearm strike there by Tiffany. Oh, she's got Bayley in a right situation. She's got her in a right mess. Do you really go streaking? Yeah. It's good. It's good cardio. Tiffany getting back into the ring. Did Tommy Toy Travels kiss his girlfriend in front of the camera? No. No, she's not allowed on the show. Bayley getting up. Oh, hip attack there by Tiffy. Bayley goes down. Guys, if we go to commercial break, get excited, because when we came back from commercial, we had Charlotte. And when we come back from the next one, it's going to be the Wyatt Six. Here we go. We're going to commercial break. Here we go. One last commercial break. Here we go. Kyle said, this is boring. Nah. It's going to be big when we come back. Wyatt Six. It's going to be big. I've got it on good authority. This is a boring main event, said Serial Killer. This show has lacked talking points. Well, we got a talking point. So far, there's been no Wyatt Six. That's a big talking point. So, Tiffany down. Bayley going over. Trying to get back into the ring, and she does. Tiffany gets back in as well. Days, your adult name is... That is my adult name. I was trying to think if I could say it or not. I've decided not to, because I'm not a pervert. I'm actually a choir boy. Right now, we've got Bayley down there, back in the ring. Guys, as soon as you come back from commercial break, we're going to get the Wyatt 6. This is going to be sick. It's going to be Wyatt sick. Down goes Tiffany. She goes, oh, for a ride there by Bayley. Okay, now we've got a lot of people coming up with what my adult name would be. That is a development. I'm starting to wonder if that AI React bot might actually be the future. Maybe I judged too harsh. Maybe I judged too quickly. Because that React bot doesn't have to put up with this nonsense. In the corner goes Tiffany. I just saw Uncle Howdy. Oh, what, in the crowds? You saw Uncle Howdy? I knew it. I knew it. Oh, double knees by Bayley. Here we go, guys. As soon as we're back, there are now reports of people seeing Howdy in the crowds. Oh, my God. I knew it. We've still got 7 minutes. That's loads of time. That is so much time. In the corner goes Bayley. Up on the shoulders of Tiffany. Roll through. Tiffany. Oh, big kick. Bayley down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Days, we need you versus that bot. Winner stays on the page. Let's go. We got Tiffany to the outside, climbing up. Bayley down. We got fireflies! Fireflies! There are fireflies! There are actual fireflies! I knew it! That's Wyatt 6 related. I knew we would get some at Wyatt 6. I was right! Yeah! I feel silly now, don't you? All of you that gave up. Oh, we're not going to get any Wyatt 6. What's that? What's that I see? What's that? Oh, that's right. Fireflies. Yeah? That's right. Knew it. Knew it. Called it. I'm not even surprised. Not even surprised. Knew it. Fireflies. Fireflies. Firefly. Alex said Days is basically in Gorilla. Oh, Tiffy comes down on Bayley. Here we go. Picks her up. Going for a ride. Power bomb. Kick out. Oh, grabbing a hold of the arm. Bayley down. Tiffany all over her at the moment. Yeah. What's going on, said Dexter. Oh, just a little thing called fireflies. 1, 2. Right now, against the ropes. To the outside goes Tiffany. More fireflies are popping up. Yes. This match is awesome, said Opulus Travels. Big clubbing blow there by Tiffy. This is awesome, chance. Okay, Bayley picks up Tiffany, puts her onto the commentary table. She's going to look to suplex her. Tiffy gets suplexed. Let's go. John Kane said if Days... Oh, she goes over to Roxanne. She had a word with Roxanne. Roxanne's like... Back in the ring. Bayley is climbing up. Fireflies are still out. Bayley with the elbow. Connects. 1, 2. Oh, smile on the face of Roxanne. Crossface. Crossface. Tiffany breaks out. How long we got? 4 minutes. If Daisy's right, we will never hear the end of these goddamn Fireflies. Oh, Spinebuster! Oof, it's all happening right now. It is so exciting. Roxanne's in the crowd. Firefly's in the crowd. Wyatt 6 are around. Right now, Tiffany grabbing a hold of Bayley, dragging her over. Sick Horror Kingman said, this match is boring and it's going on too long. That's the spirit. Bayley on the shoulders of Tiffany. Oh, Bayley to belly. 1, 2. Oh. Tiffany Stratton gets her shoulder up on a Bayley to belly. Jeez. The Fireflies are gone. No, there's still a few around. Still a few around. They're gone. They're not gone. They're not gone. Still there. I can see them. Look. Here we go. Tiffany going up. Bayley grabs the leg. Bayley charges over the top. Tiffany goes into the corner. Bayley grabbing Tiffany. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Tiffany. Bayley just can't put Tiffany away. We've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Is there even a Smackdown Lowdown? That's a serious question. Do they even do Smackdown Lowdown? Oh, planted. 1, 2. Bayley. Shoulder up by Tiffany. Shoulder up. No overtime, said Ashton. No overtime. Kick coming in there by Tiffany. I'm genuinely peeved, said Odinson. 1, 2. Oh, Bayley managing to get out of that. She gets back up to her feet. Goes over and Rose Plant. No, Tiffany. Slams Bayley down. Slams Bayley down. Going up top. Prettiest moonsault. 1, 2, 3. Tiffany wins clean. LS Dub, what did you say? Something to do with $1 million. Something to do with $1 million, wasn't it, LS Dub? Let's have a look, see what. Yeah. Oh, it's a bit too far back. Something like, I bet $1 million. I remember $1 million being mentioned about Roxanne interfering. Well, there we go. We got Bayley on the outside of the ring. We got Tiffany holding up that championship. Roxanne does not move. She does not jump over the back. That actually has took the sting out of the fact that we didn't get the Wyatt 6 themselves. LS Dub said, I'll send the super chat. I'll send the super chat next week. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. I bet $1 million she's going to jump over this barricade. Oh, so good. Guys, isn't that brilliant? We got the Wyatt 6. Oh, we got them through the medium of the Fireflies. So we felt their presence. We felt Bray's presence. And everyone is going to be satisfied with that. So, brilliant. I think that has definitely delivered. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be very pleased with the fact that we did get that at the end of the show. Ah, there we go. I was looking for the show me your tiffies guy. There we go. Look. Show me your tiffies. Beg your pardon. Stop being a stick in the mud. It's just a bit of fun. It actually looks like that woman's in the process of... You see this lady here? I don't know what she's doing. She's sort of like leaning back as if she... Anyone else get the impression she's sort of leaning back like... If this was a video and not a still image, I don't know what happens next. I don't know what happens there. I feel like she's on her way. She's on a journey towards following this request, I feel. But listen, that could just be me. Yeah, brilliant. Fireflies. Fantastic. Roxanne was shown. That's great. And I would imagine, I'm going to ask for people's feedback now, but I would imagine there's going to be a lot of very positive, very happy individuals. Days, this has been one of the best streams, says Hannah. Hannah, thank you. I agree. But then I think that after every single stream. Robot Batman said, I want Tiffany Stratton to be Catwoman for Halloween this year. Nice. I've got a better chance of dating Chelsea Green than getting Wyatt 6. Roxanne didn't interfere, and that is great. No, Wyatt 6, no. Well, there was Wyatt 6. Of course, we had the Fireflies. That's Wyatt 6. So we can't say no Wyatt 6, you know? Feedback required. What did you think of this amazing Wyatt 6 filled episode of SmackDown? Comment per person, please. There we go. There we go. Right, let's make sure we're up to date with all the super chats, those super duper chats. Let's put your feedback in. Did I answer them all? Ian said, I'm starting to think that J137 might mean July 13th. Very good. Very good. Right. John Kane said, highlights recap. This is why everyone is so confused about Bayley winning. We need to address this situation. That is very true. We do. We do. You are correct. We do need to address the situation. I can address it now. She actually ended up losing. I think she won earlier in the night and then she lost the rematch. So, right. Paul said, so if you weren't on SmackDown tonight, will you eat your hats? Paul Barnes, shout out to you. I mean, there's an obvious answer to that, of course. Like, if I wasn't on SmackDown, right? Of course I wasn't. I mean, people are getting confused about this, I think, being SmackDown. And I said, we're not affiliated with WWE. So I can answer this. If you weren't on SmackDown tonight, would you eat your hats?